Welcome, everyone, to the Wizard of Radical Self-Respect. My name's Jared Mello, and I'm the Shepherd of Black Sheep. Hello there to Bella and Corey that have just gotten here into the comments. And for those of you who noticed, I made a new channel banner that more accurately reflects what I'm doing here. Kat noticed, which was pretty cool. But today, we're going to go over more of what the motive was in this case. Why did someone even do this at all? And James Fitzgerald, who we saw last night on Joe Pags, Brian Entin interviewed him today. So we're going to go over that video. We'll go over Ashleigh Banfield, and we'll see what else is out there. There might be more things that happen throughout this stream. Don't forget, welcome. And definitely, as always, likes are greatly appreciated. I'm using the inside joke, everyone. Hello, Jolly. Hello, Outsider Gospel. Another new name for Mac, but we got you. Danielle, welcome. We've got a great flock of black sheep here in the comments already, or in the live chat, I should say. But also, so you know the joke, the inside joke is, I'm going to start saying things like, I have polio, tuberculosis, cabin fever, or fill in the blank. And the only cure for these things is likes and or super chats, right? And so the more likes I get, the more super chats I get, the more my ailments go away. So it's just a cool way to promote the likes. Colorado in the house. Let's hope so, Lego. Let's hope so. Lego of my ego, as they used to say in the old waffle commercials. Remember them? Lego my ego. And Pop-Tarts back in my Saturday morning cartoon days. Wonderful. But I'll have to be looking up. One of my favorite podcasters, Dan Carlin, that's what he would do. He would always ask for $1 a show because this was basically before there was advertising, really. So it was the beginning of podcasting. And he would have this, he called him his producer that may or may not have existed, but he would call him Ben. And every week he would have a new ailment for him, which was pretty cool. Love Eggos and Pop-Tarts, so you have great taste. Yes, Bella, or no, excuse me, Danielle, how are you feeling? Doing well, no pain. I'm out of the hospital. Very good. Very good. I know any kinds of surgeries are very nerve-wracking to me. I don't like them either. But I'm glad you're alive and well. And here you are in the chat. Don't forget that. I love it. I love it. Let's see here. So I'm also going to try to get James Fitzgerald, the guy that Brian Entin's talking to here. I would love to get him on the show too. The name of his podcast is Cold Red, C-O-L-D, Red. And this is going to be Brian Entin here. Everyone should check out his channel. Most of you already know him anyway, but he's awesome. To me, he's one of the best people, if not the best person in the true crime space. I trust what he says and his reporting more than anyone. So he gets the Wizard of Radical Self-Respect and the Shepherd of Black Sheep's highest endorsement. Baked Cat, welcome. Very good. I'm always happy to see the flock of black sheep supporting one another as well. Nothing like it. It's been a privilege to be able to build this community here, to see everyone meet one another and make friends. That's pretty cool. For all of the negatives of social media and the internet, this has been one of the positive ones, right? Where people can come here in the live chat of YouTube, meet new people, support one another. It's an awesome thing. But let's jump into the old Brian Entin video here.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. I really, really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. Appreciate all the support. It is now day 20.
And never forget, as Livin just said, she forgets every night. But a wizard is never late nor early. He arrives when he is supposed to arrive. Livin shall remember that eventually. But do thank Living for moderating too.
one in the search for Nancy Guthrie. It's Saturday. Outside Nancy Guthrie's house. You can see something new here. You see all these like orange barricades that they put out. That's new. You can see it in the other direction too down there. Basically, the Department of Transportation came out and put these barricades in the road. They made the road one way, just trying to control. There's so much traffic outside Nancy's house and all the media. They haven't made the media leave, which is nice, but they put the barricades out. So that just happened this morning. In this episode, though, this might be one of the more interesting episodes that I've done recently, in my opinion. I spoke to a former FBI profiler, Jim Fitzgerald, helped find the Unabomber. I mean, a really, really legit guy with an incredible work history. And he actually came up with a profile of who he thinks is responsible for Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, what he thinks that person was acting like before this happened, and what he thinks that person would be acting like now. And it could be very valuable in people who are searching for the person responsible. The other really interesting thing that I've thought a lot about and I haven't got...
The profile he makes is pretty interesting, and he touched on some of it with Joe Pags, but he goes into more detail here.
Gotten into much until I talked to Jim in this episode is, could this be a obsessed Savannah Guthrie stalker who is responsible for this? And how seriously are investigators taking that potential option? And I mean, could they be going through Savannah Guthrie's emails right now behind the scenes? Are they working with NBC? All of that seems like it's a real possibility. So I'm going to get into all of that in this episode of Brian Entin Investigates. I'm joined now by Jim Fitzgerald. I really appreciate him coming on. He's a former FBI profiler.
Jim Fitzgerald, former FBI profiler. Again, we watched him last night a little bit on Joe Pags' show. I'm going to try to invite him on the show, or maybe I should even leave it up to the community. Press 1 if you think I should, and press 2 if you would not be interested in that.
He was the founder of the Forensic Linguistic Studies at the FBI, host of the Cold Red podcast, which you can see the logo behind him. I really like your logo, by the way, Jim. And also author of the books A Journey to the Center of the Mind. And it's a privilege to have you on the show, Jim, just because the phase that we're at now, I've been thinking a lot about who this person is, you know, who's responsible for the Nancy Guthrie disappearance, but also what they're like right now, like trying to get into the mind of someone who has essentially gotten away with this for now. Like, what are they doing? What are they acting like? I'm curious what your profile is on this person.
Well, again, Brian, thanks for.
And almost everyone says I should interview him, so I will do my best to get him on.
For having me on the pod again. I do appreciate it. And just a little bit of background in the profiling unit. I was there. My first case as a profiler was Unabomber, and I got sent out to San Francisco supposedly for 30 days, and I helped rewrite the profile that John Douglas did because the manifesto would come out, and that was a valuable tool that we put out there for people. And in my days in the profiling unit, you know, when the 9/11 happened, I mean, the pilots were all killed, of course, but we're still putting behavioral characteristics out there of, you know, who were their adjacents, you know, who was helping them. And certainly in order here, the anthrax case, DC sniper case, we put profiles out there, a bunch of little cases, you know, for individual cities of serial rapists and you know, killers. I'm surprised I don't see this from my former unit right now. I'm surprised it's not out there. So my Cold Red co-host podcast, Ray Carr and I, and he wasn't going to be here with us today, but he has some family issues he's handling. We put this together over the last few days. And let me go back again. I like to deal with an historical perspective. The Brown University shooting in December, Ray and I came up with a profile because no one else was putting anything out. And we were just about to go on our podcast. That was, I think, Thursday afternoon, late afternoon, and everything broke in the case. The guy was identified up in a security building of some sort, storage building, and it was resolved that night. So, but it turns out the profile we put together was pretty much right on the money. So yeah, that's what we like to do here. And I have a lot of experts have been out there, and me a little bit. What does the DNA mean in the camera? 41 minutes, you know, this differential. That's all important stuff that the investigators are certainly discussing. But with Ray,
Bella, that's a very good point there. I mean, that would be pretty interesting if Brian interviews some of the family whether it's Savannah, Cameron, Annie, even Tommaso. I mean, Tommaso interview would be super fascinating, right? But that being said, they might not do it. I think maybe Savannah would, but the others, I don't know. I don't know if they would. But that'd be super interesting if he did.
And I always like to say, a week after a big case like this, we need to get the public involved in this. What for them to look out for. And the video was great. Anybody, you recognize it, the mask, the backpack, the silly sort of gun holster that I was not familiar with, shoes, boots, anything like that. But there's also behavioral characteristics, and that's what Ray and I decided to put out, because that's what we did back in the profiling unit for the whole 12 years I was there, from the mid 90s to the 2007 when I retired. So without any further ado, we broke it into two categories for this case. Again, the abduction of Nancy Guthrie, and I'm just calling it an abduction, and I know Ray agrees with me in everything we put together here. And it was either for revenge purposes, and there's multiple categories of that. Is it possible it's a for-profit kidnapping? They're the rarest of the rare in this country. Lindbergh baby, a couple in the early 90s, Frank Sinatra Jr. in the early 60s. If this was a successful abduction, whether you look at the guy's jittery behavior at the Nest camera, whatever, he still got away with it. As you said early on, it's been successful. If his attempt or their attempt was to do a for-profit kidnapping, they've done a poor job at that. And I believe at least some, if not all, of the ransom demands coming into TMZ, whomever, they're opportunists. They're coming out of, they're the Nigerian prince people out of Africa, they're Eastern European scammers, or somewhere in the US, who knows? But if this abduction successful, to summarize the crime itself, kidnapping not successful, because there's no proof of life. Every kidnapper knows you have to send some sort of proof of life, and where a watch may have been sitting in a bedroom somewhere, that's not enough. You still have to show your kidnappee is alive. So when we do these types of behavioral characteristics, it's not really a profile, we say. It's what we break it down as to pre-offense behavior, post-offense behavior. And what I tell people in this case, look at the video, look at the size, the shape.
The pre-offense behavior and the post-offense behavior. I think this is a really interesting breakdown he's about to make here.
Clothing, all the things we discussed already, and then take in these characteristics, which are proven over time, and we've had a very good percentage rate with, going back 25 years, John Douglas and Bob Ressler and people like that before I was in the unit, and these are what these people do. We've interviewed serial offenders in prison, and we know this is how they behave. And we've interviewed them afterwards, even other type during interviews and interrogations when they're first arrested, and they gave us this stuff. So let's start with pre-offense behavior. Now the kidnapping was the early morning of Sunday morning, February 2nd. So this is going to be the week before, but again, it could be extended longer, shorter. If you've lived with someone, a neighbor, a son, a colleague, coworker, whatever category, here are some features you're going to see about this person before the crime. Unusually distracted and aloof, inordinately busy, but for unclear reasons, self-absorbed, more internet time than usual.
I'm curious what more internet time than usual looks like, right? And how is anyone supposed to recognize these? Only someone who really knows the person would even be able to spot what the difference is between normal internet time and abnormal, excessive internet time, right?
And if you happen to see some of the things he's looked up, they would be unusual factors, maybe about Savannah Guthrie, maybe about kidnappings, etc. Purchases of odd materials, and we've seen the video, we know what some of those are. Perhaps financial issues, real or imagined, but again, I'm not sure this is a for-profit motivation here, so just keep that as a possibility. He would possess some sort of a abduction kit, and I put that in quotation marks in my notes, much like the backpack scene in the video. And again, serial rapists have rape kits, serial killers have kill kits. This would be an abduction kit. And you can imagine some of the common sense things in there, but you wouldn't just see a person carrying a bag with these kind of things in it every day. And they would include, it could be in a box, in a bowling bag. I think.
Interesting. Mike, thank you for the super chat here, Mike. Maureen live tomorrow, 8 p.m. on the interview room. We'll have to check that out then. Thank you for that, Mike.
BTK, Dennis Rader had it in some sort of a bowling bag, all these types of items. But obviously tape of different varieties, duct tape, electrical tape, masks, restraints of some sort, rope, wire, tools, that small flashlight, which is sort of distinctive, the bite light, I think they call it, and other items related to that. And lastly, again, pre-offense behavior. If you know maybe a little bit better than maybe others would, he's obsessed with one or more female celebrities and or high-profile women. So, of course, one of them would be Savannah Guthrie, but sometimes if there's any kind of a stalking element to this, he could have other women out there that he was fascinated or obsessed upon. But for some reason...
Reminds me of the Jodie Foster case, right? Where the person that tried to assassinate Reagan, wasn't it to impress Jodie Foster? And the reason that person, I think, became obsessed with Jodie Foster was because of the movie Taxi, which starred Robert De Niro and a couple others who I can't remember.
Because maybe Savannah Guthrie herself wasn't available, her mother was, and he has a familiarity with the Tucson, Arizona area. So, Brian, I can hold off there on pre-offense behavior. I'm going to go into post-offense next, but do you have any questions about what I just said?
So when you said upset, so do you think it's someone who was motivated maybe by an obsession with Savannah?
I'm certainly not ruling that out. When I was in New York as an FBI agent, I had a close connection with the head of security of NBC. About 4 times a year, he'd contact me, hey, another one of our female journalists or, celebrities, whatever, TV people is being harassed by this guy. Can you check it out? And it was outside of New York. He would have handled it with the NYPD. He was retired NYPD. But since there are other parts of the country, I would maybe I would interview them if they're somewhere in the New York area, but I'd also send leads out. So a lot of female people on TV, a lot of females on TV. And it's different with actors, Brian. Actors look at their fellow actors when they're doing their scenes or their portrayals on TV. The difference with people like Savannah Guthrie and others is they look into the camera. And you get these people that maybe suffer from a condition known as erotomania. And it's in the diagnostic statistical manual that psychologists use for all the different categories. It's basically like a stalker's disease. And it can be men or women. And they're hung up on usually people in power, celebrities, and they think there's a mutual love back and forth. And that's why I'm hoping early on the investigators went into every email Savannah has ever received, probably going back 5 years, from some fan who just repeats himself, but somehow it just was never fulfilled. Maybe she sent the 8x10 glossy or whatever the equivalent is today, but that just wasn't enough for him. So I am not locking into this theory. And like I always say about these types of characteristics, I'll remind your audience, not every single one will be 100% right on the money. No profile is 100% perfect. But if the majority of these characteristics are met, again, looking at the video, some kind of a Tucson connection over the years, current, in the past, consider calling the tip line. So
the thing that would be curious and interesting to me is the parts of the profile that would actually help them catch them. Some of those things he was mentioning, I don't know how much they're going to help, but physical characteristics and physical location where they are, those things would help, right? Some of those other things, it's if you don't already know them, how are you going to know? How are you going to know if someone's aloof or something like that, unless you know them already?
So, the whole thing with Savannah just can't be ruled out. She is and like I said in the first interview I did, I think, the day after the kidnapping, victimology is what's very important about any type of violent crime committed against a person. And that's a behavioral term for, it's one thing knowing everything about the killer, the kidnapper, the rapist, whatever, but we want to know about the victim. High-risk victim, low-risk victim, all those things. And as it turns out, it's not just, in this case, Nancy Guthrie herself. It would be her extended family. And I'm not talking about them being involved in this crime. Others are looking into that. It may or may not be. The sheriff has since ruled them out. we'll leave that where it is. But certainly the connections to those people, and Savannah being the celebrity, the high profile person, certainly worth a lot of money. If there is a financial aspect to this, she has to be considered in terms of who are the people that have been reaching out to her over multiple years. And I'm sure every one of those persons, their criminal records, and maybe even some of them have been interviewed, or at least try to locate them, has been done by the investigators now working the case.
Yeah, just before we move on, it's interesting. I hadn't thought about that, them going through all of her emails. That would make sense, because she probably has a lot from fans and maybe even creepy people. But I thought of something else when you were just saying that. You know, in her last video that she did, she seemed like she was almost trying to like give the kidnapper sympathy, like almost she was like trying, you know, almost like we, you know, feel for you, you can still turn this around, almost like she was talking to someone who was obsessed with her, like trying to appeal to that person. That was kind of the sense I got when I first watched it, which seems to sort of go back to your theory here. And maybe,
and again, that first video, it was more about appealing to the humanity of whoever had her. Kept on saying her name and saying their mother, Nancy, our mother, mom. That makes it less likely, according to the FBI's BAU, that they would harm her, Nancy, that is. And with, of course, the exception that assuming she already wasn't harmed. There's a big possibility she was already harmed and it was already too late then anyway. That's definitely possible.
the FBI told her to do that.
Yeah, and there's no doubt the FBI, the behavioralists are involved in not putting words in her mouth or on paper for her, but certainly guiding them and advising what to say and maybe what to stay away from. So yeah, there was definitely a shift in her tone and even her agency, so to speak, but to whom she was speaking over the course of the several videos she put out there. And I think you're right there. And of course, as I pointed out, and I guess others did too, but it's certainly the first video, they wanted to humanize her. That's very important in these types of abduction situations. You know, call her by her name, you know, mom, mommy. I think only Nancy only once, mom, mommy, you know, versions of that. So that was very important they did. So they're trying to appeal to different levels and layers of whoever may be holding her, that, you know, she is a real person, a human, she's kind, she's nice. I'm still baffled, and I find it very interesting. I wish I was the one that come up with this, but the fact that Savannah quoted lines from the movie Silence of the Lambs, I found that very, very interesting. I'm not going to put a whole lot of interpretation in that. Maybe.
So you think he would know, though, okay, if the FBI's BAU, that was already in their protocol, and maybe Silence of the Lambs just took the protocol. They asked them, hey, what would you say in this kind of hostage situation? And they said, oh, talk like this, right? So I would think Jim here would know that, if that's normally what the BAU would want done and how they would talk to someone in that kind of situation.
Maybe subconscious, maybe not. You'd think someone would have picked up on that. I know in the Ramsey, John Benet Ramsey murder, it never was a kidnapping, but for the first 6 hours or so with the letter that was received, it was treated as such. In that letter, there were direct references to the movie Dirty Harry and the movie Speed, and I'm one of the first persons to pick up on that. And that was, you know, early in the internet days. And even the movie Usual Suspects was kind of intimated throughout. So it's not unusual for killers, or we'll say alleged kidnappers, to borrow from the media, sort of life imitating art. But it's unusual when in this case, family members are borrowing from art, so to speak. Not bad or not good, I'm not even saying that, but they chose those words. I would think not coincidentally in the long run.
Yeah, I just felt like maybe she was trying to appeal to someone who may be obsessed with her. You know, which goes back to your theory of, you know, it could be like a crazy fan.
Yeah, and look, a lot of your listeners may be young and they may barely remember President Reagan, although, or even the assassination attempt on him in 1981. And that was by a guy named John Hinckley, who was obsessed with the young actress Jodie Foster. And this is before actors and actresses would be putting their political, you know, stuff out there. And
and to me, that speaks to the fact that the motive that we think it might be might not make any sense. There could be an off-the-wall motive in some of these cases as well. Sometimes it doesn't have to make sense. It can still just be something off the wall. Who would have thought the Jodie Foster connection would have been the reason why Reagan was attempted to be assassinated? No one would have thought that, right? So it's always possible something like that is going on in this case too.
Anyone even knew her politics back then, and maybe even now, I don't know. But stalkers, people suffering from erotomania, will do really strange things. Sometimes they do hurt their actual victims. The actress, I forget her name, but she was in the show, in a mid-'80s show, and she was murdered by her stalker. Yeah, so the bottom line is these things do happen. And I'm, as a part of me hoping that maybe this is an obsessed fan and he never could get to Savannah and he thinks he has some sort of a connection to her. So he just wants to keep her mother in a room somewhere and have these ongoing discussions with her about Savannah when she was young. And is there any chance she would like me?
So what do you think? Do you think that's a possibility that someone's just obsessed with Savannah Guthrie here and they're doing this as a way to get to Savannah Guthrie? What do you think? Press 1 if you think that's a possibility. Press 2, no, probably not.
I know this is way out there in terms of a theory, but I look at the Elizabeth Smart kidnapping in Utah back in the early 2000s. Again, that was sex-oriented, not related to this type of an abduction, but that person just wanted to keep that young woman in his possession, more or less, and keep her alive to fulfill the ongoing fantasy he had about her. And he was doing very bad things to her. I'm not suggesting if that's the case here, it's happening to Mrs. Guthrie, but there are people out there whose brain synapses don't connect like ours do, and your audience, and then something like this, if they can't get Savannah, maybe this is the closest they can get. So I'm hoping for this sort of possibility, which would mean then maybe Mrs. Guthrie is still alive, but we just don't know, of course.
So let's move on now.
So it looks like the chat's pretty split on this one, where a lot of people think that, yeah, it could be an obsession with Savannah. And then just as many people think, no, probably not. And some people think in between. 1A punishment, as I saw.
Talking about what this person may have been acting like before the, I guess, abduction, we'll call it. Tell me now, what should people be looking for in the after?
Sure. And actually, Ray and I, my, again, Cold Red co-host Ray Carr and I broke this post-offense behavior into 2 parts. And one of it's pre-video release. So again, after.
This is a good question by Brian. What do you look for in the post-offense? It can be confusing when they say offense. Post-offense behavior.
The abduction, but like that first week before the video came out and then after the video. So this is the post-offense behavior after the abduction, but before the video came out. And it's basically just a few bullet points here, but altered behavioral activity, especially the weekend of.
So he's breaking it down into before and after the video was released from the Nest Cam.
January 30th through February 1st. After that, this person's schedule is modified. He's more often in one place or less often in one place. Missing work, missing family functions, odd late night hours, out of town or claims to be for unclear reasons, and perhaps driving a rental car, but for no apparent reason. Obviously, observable mental strain, sleep disruption, potential for increased substance use, alcohol or drugs, over-explaining whereabouts or created unsolicited alibis, hypervigilance toward police presence, cleaning vehicle interior or interiors repeatedly, disposing of bags, gloves, or clothing, deep cleaning of residence garage, burning or discarding digital devices, storage media. So again,
a lot of that makes sense, right? Hyper cleaning of the car, throwing away of gloves, that kind of stuff. Sure. Absolutely something to pay attention to. But unfortunately, in the Pima County there, tons of people throwing away gloves apparently into these places, which is not helping.
The serial offenders we've talked to over the years, at least some of these categories are what they engage after they commit a crime, especially one that goes high profile and is and there's a lot of media coverage. Let me just swing right into the post-offense behavior after the video was released. So take into account everything I've already mentioned, but now I don't think he suspected this, whether he had inside information somehow, some way that the Nest camera did not have a subscription. This may have thrown off, his thought process a bit. So now the video comes out, pretty clear of what he's wearing anyway, and he becomes even more frenetic, nervous, unstable, highly irritable, moving around physically, and even much more so than the past week. Possibly changes appearance, cuts hair, mustache, grows facial hair, and following the media even more obsessively.
And again, the only people who are going to be able to see this are people that are close to the suspect, right? How are you supposed to notice these things unless you're already close to them? And in this day and age, aren't a lot of people obsessed with the media? Aren't a lot of people obsessed with being on the internet? So to me, it's going to be difficult. It can be difficult to kind of parse this out. But please remember to like the video if you're here. Likes are free. And subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And go live every night to talk about true crime, current events. And I use my experience with mental health, addiction, and narcissistic abuse to give my own unique perspective on those things. And most importantly, awesome flock of black sheep here in the live chat. Check them out.
Frequent searches online of case updates or suspect descriptions, no doubt following the media, no doubt, Brian, listening to you both on television and digitally and on your pod as we talking right here, monitoring all different Facebook and social media groups, possibly calling tip lines with false or misleading information and posting speculative theories online, and possibly discussing the case excessively to gauge reactions of other people. So again, some of these may be right on the money. Some of it, once or twice he did this. One or two may not be applicable at all. But as I'm telling you, with everything I just sort of mentioned here, if you know someone out there in any category of your life that fits at least, 3/4, the majority of these types of indicators, call the FBI tip line. If nothing else, you're going to get, and it's right, you're going to get $200,000. And if it's wrong, that's okay. The FBI is used to getting well-intentioned tips along the way. When I got the Unabomb in the summer of '95, they had 2,500 suspects. And within 6 months or so, 7 months, there's now the one named Ted Kaczynski. But we had to rule out a lot of those other 2,500 that people were calling in. So call it in if these characteristics even resemble a little bit someone you may know. Now, I'll end this part, Brian, and we can go into some more Q&A, but people talk about the lone wolf offender. And I really think in terms of violent criminals out there, Ted Kaczynski / the Unabomber was really the last lone wolf criminal, because nowadays everybody is online, some much more than others. So even if you're a loner kind of living on your own and you're isolated from people, you're not that lone wolf because you're engaging and interacting with others online, maybe even the dark web, and getting reinforced or learning, or somehow just being supported by these types of sites and information. So yeah, even if someone was kind of a loner, but now they're really a loner, you haven't seen them for like 3 whole weeks.
I kind of think there's more than one person involved. I think there's at least 2. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was 3 or 4. That's my personal opinion.
That's a clue, and everything else I said matches up. That's something you may want to then call the tip line and let the FBI know.
So a lot of people have been describing this guy as an amateur just based on the holster and sort of the way he operated and trying to cover the camera with the shrubbery at first. But I mean, he's gotten away with it for this long, despite all of the resources and all of, the federal government and the sheriff's office looking for him. Do you think, could there be a cockiness about him? What do you think is going through his mind in that regard? Do they get more like, oh, they're never going to find me sort of vibe? Or is it more like trying to hide more?
Well, again, I'm a history buff and I'm a student of history, certainly criminal justice history. Let me take everyone back to 1996, the Olympic bombings, and I had nothing to do with the Richard Jewell part of it. I was a brand new profiler, still working Unabomb. But within the next year and a half, finally a guy named Eric Rudolph was identified.
So before he goes into this, someone asked in the chat, why was he in the house for 40 minutes, the perpetrator? I mean, a possibility is something went wrong instantly and maybe they killed her and they had to figure out what to do and how to cover their tracks or try to get the heck out of there. I'm not saying that's definitely what happened, but that's definitely a possibility that would maybe explain that 40 minutes. And that also leads you to believe it might have been someone they know as well. If that isn't what happened, if they didn't kill her right away, maybe it's someone she knew, and that would explain that 40 minutes too. Because again, nothing of value is taken that we know of.
Identified because there was a few more bombings, including in Birmingham, the abortion clinic, in which an off-duty police officer was killed, a nurse severely injured. We knew within an hour or so Eric Rudolph was our suspect. So we had a name. We knew he was from Western North Carolina. I visited that area 3 separate times for a week each time, trying to put the profile together, talk to locals who may have known him, help the investigators. It took 5 years to catch that guy. So did Eric Rudolph? Did he get a little bit cocky after a while? Maybe. The Unabomber was pretty successful for about 10 different bombings. And then the composite went out in 1987, the famous one with the aviator sunglasses, the hoodie. You can argue didn't even look that much like him, but he then went dark for 6 years. And that was really the first and only clue the law enforcement had before I was even involved in the case of who is this Unabomber person. Well, someone saw him outside the computer store, and that's the composite sketch they gave to a police artist. So you can argue this person's overall demeanor and persona and personality would determine whether he's the cocky type right now or whether he's the nervous Nelly type. Just these two kind of.
I mean, and that would be interesting to know, right? Do you think he's the cocky type or the nervous Nelly type? I mean, and all we have to go off of is the Nest Cam footage, right? Does that person look like a cocky person or a nervous Nancy? He said nervous Nelly. But actually, it's negative Nancy, nervous Nelly. Excuse me. But press 1 if you think he was a cocky person. Press 2 if you think he's probably much more nervous.
Unofficial terms here. I just can't profess that. I can tell you this, he's being very careful. And if not doing everything I just mentioned post-offense, he's doing a lot of them to cover his tracks. No criminal wants to get caught. Sometimes, the guy really wanted to get arrested. Unabomber wrote these letters to New York Times, whatever, because he wanted to get arrested. No one wants to go to prison for the rest of their life. So this guy doesn't want to get caught, and he's being very careful, and he's retracing some steps to perhaps cover his tracks, whether like the Idaho killer of the 4 students actually driving down the street again, checking things out. Who knows about that? That'd be pretty high risk on the street, relatively small, or I should say, not that well traveled from what I've seen. But he's obsessively following the media, and he's just making some strange, furtive actions that he wouldn't have been doing up to 3 weeks ago. And that's what we're asking people to look for and recognize. Male, probably 30-ish or above. And we're not ruling out a second person, by the way. But when we give a profile like this, we focus on the main, we'll call them alpha male, but certainly the primary person behind it. And it could be a secondary person involved, and who knows, even a third. But the odds are that the profile or the behavioral characteristics I just put out will mostly align with.
So most people think he's a cocky person and not a nervous Nelly. It was 11-4, at least so far.
The person who is in charge of this, whose idea this was, and is basically running the show at this point in time.
Yeah, it's interesting what you say about the street, because I've kind of wondered that, it's creepy, but is it possible that, when we've been out there, he's driven by or something like that? A lot of people are hung up now, when we're recording this, it's day 21. And you mentioned how long other cases have taken to be solved. There was one new report out today from ABC saying that they may scale back resources the longer this goes unsolved. Are you concerned at all? Could this doesn't seem like a cold case now, but do you have concerns about that?
No, if there's any scaling back, we're talking months down the line. And let's hope there's no other incident anywhere in the country that would then draw people off of.
By the way, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Super chats are a great way to get questions answered, and memberships are a great way to support the channel too. And subscribe to the channel if you're not already.
This case that, of some sort of large, and serious consequence. So there's not going to be a scaling down anytime soon. I would even say for the next month or two, they may be bringing, certainly the FBI may be bringing more people and maybe relieving others. That's how the Unabomb task force worked. There really was no task force until 1994 when the Unabomber came back with a vengeance and killed 2 people, one in 94, one in 95.
And Bella makes a good point. She says she likes Brian because he sticks to what is factual. That is my preferred method too. I get a little nervous and apprehensive when I start seeing other creators or whomever start kind of making vague connections and accusations. That's not my favorite thing, but I do see people doing that.
And the task force has been put together after he came back, and we were rotating people in and out all the time. I was supposed to only be there 30 days as a brand new profiler, but they kind of liked what I was adding to it, and they kept me on board for the whole time. So yeah, and there's going to be some people that stay there long term, other people in and out. I don't think there's any scaling down of this. This is too important, too high profile to the sheriff's department, as well as other local and federal agencies. So no, they want to get this accomplished. They want to get this. They need to get something. I'm hoping it's not just finding Mrs. Guthrie somewhere, and we'll just leave it at that. No more graphic, but that would be, of course, give us some extra clues. But I still want to remain optimistic here and think this is not just a body recovery, but this is also a rescue of Mrs. Guthrie. That
now Brian asked him. This whole question is in response to, or this answer is in response to Brian asking, well, do you think they're going to start withholding funds and pulling away resources from the case? He doesn't think so. Jim doesn't think so, and he hopes not.
For whatever reason, this person's keeping her alive and engaging with her, at least somehow, for whatever psychologically oriented reasons he is doing so. But it's going to be months before people start getting pulled away. And even then, if another lead comes up, which they'll bring people back in 24 hours notice, and they'll pick up where they left off.
Do you think there's a chance that this is someone really close to Mrs. Guthrie?
Great question by Brian. What do you think, chat? There's a chance that this person's very close to Miss Guthrie? I say yes, but press 1 for yes, 2 for no, someone else. And then 3 would be, it is someone close that hired them. So 1 yes, 2 no, 3 someone close to them hired them.
I know they've ruled out the family. I mean, we did, like you said, we just kind of have to accept the sheriff at his word, even though apparently it's unusual for them to do that during such an active investigation when there's no suspect. But could it be someone close that they're just overlooking, like someone else close? Because isn't that normally the case, like statistically?
Yeah, and along with being a profiler, I'm a forensic linguist, and I have a master's in linguistics. So when you even said really close, well, let's define really. Let's define close. So all logical definitions we would need here. Yes, it is very likely. And you've talked about it before, and others that have been on the air, the concentric circles that go around. 80 to 85% of homicides are committed by someone known to the victim. That statistic's been around for hundreds of years, going back to Cain and Abel, if you want to go the Bible route, his brother.
So almost everyone thinks that at the very least, it is someone that has known them, that hired them, but a lot of people think it was someone who known them. Not that many people think it was someone completely unrelated.
Killed them. So, yeah, so they have to look at everyone there. They have to rule them out. I'm not a big fan of publicly ruling people out. I think the sheriff, I would have been more comfortable saying we're no longer focusing on the Guthrie family, but everyone is still considered a potential suspect as the investigation continues. The sheriff came along and I guess completely ruled them out, and that's fine. They're on the inside, I'm on the outside. They know a lot more than I do. So, and
again, I wouldn't have done that if I were the sheriff. And as I said yesterday, the only excuse I would give him for that is if Savannah Guthrie or someone in the family told him to say that. But even then, you got to know, I mean, what's best for the case if you're the sheriff. And if you think it's better for the case to not say that, then you have to not say it, I think.
Get to the gist of your question, Brian. Yes, this could be someone a little close, really close, adjacently close to Mrs. Guthrie, or certainly the family. Yes, and I mean there are all kinds of what really all of us could be conceivably victims of a loved one being abducted. Not all of us are multimillionaires like Savannah Guthrie, and even if the abductor never really wanted the money, or that was just like a way down the list, oh, if I get, a couple $100,000 for this, that would be great. It was, there may have been some level of jealousy there that, I don't believe, Savannah was no different than me growing up. And, why did she get, so lucky and make all this money? I'm just trying to think of cases I've known in the past when some people, were I was a police officer in Bensalem Township, suburban Philadelphia, started in '76.
Bensalem Township, that's also by me. That's where Parks Casino is.
Young guy right out of college. And right before I got on there was the famous Apt family mass murder, ABT. And I didn't work that case. It was like 6 months before I was hired. And here are 6 family members, well, actually 5 family members, one of the girls' boyfriends, teenage girl, and the dog, all killed in the house by gunshot. And there was big headlines in the Philly area before I was even on that department. Who the heck would do something like this? And it turns out the investigation within a few days to a week pointed to a neighbor down the next block. And here, 2 of the brothers, and they weren't even the ones killed. They were out that day. They used to tease this kid when he was a youngster, and bully him stuff. Right or wrong, we can discuss that. And this guy, after all these years, said, "I'm taking them out." Killed the family. Now, of course, I'm not saying Savannah was a bully to someone, but there could have been something in their personality that just said, from 20 years ago. Look at the Brown murder. And like I said, our profile, our behavioral characteristics that Ray Carr and I put together were pretty close. And we said, this guy has a grievance with Brown and maybe others going back months or a few years. I wish I said a quarter of a century, but that's how long people have these grievances. And
that's a good point too. Could you imagine if there's grievances from 20 years ago, 30 years ago? What possibly could those grievances be? And that also kind of gives a little more credence to the Epstein victims of 2019 interview, right? So again, there is no statute on when their grievances would end. What did we learn with the Michael McKee case, right? Yeah, they were divorced years ago, but it didn't matter. It didn't matter they were divorced, I think it was in 2017. They still did this in late 2025, early 2026.
Oh, they foment for years. And then in the Brown shooter case, a quarter of a century, even longer, with the MIT professor he ultimately killed, going back to Portugal. I think that would have been like 30 years. So victimology, it comes back to that word, and which is really the direct answer to your question. Everyone around that person has to have, around Nancy Guthrie, has to have their own concentric circle, and then everyone and those people's families' lives and other lives, have to be checked out and interviewed. Criminal records, psychological issues. Well, he's always been obsessed on Savannah. He never misses one of her shows. And that person would have to be focused on, and where were they the night of February 2nd, phone activity, and take it from there.
Yeah, I never thought as much about this until you started explaining it, how much work they must be doing behind the scenes in terms of digging into Savannah's history. I mean, you mentioned even like people from decades ago who might have a grudge against her. I mean, are they just talking to Savannah? Hey, is there someone from when you were in college that?
What I like about Jim here is he's giving me things to think about that others haven't really, right? And we've listened to a lot on this case, right? But he's bringing things into the forefront here that are good things to think about, angles that I wouldn't have considered. So again, Brian is helping us get the most out of him, which I think is awesome. Now, Megyn Kelly, unfortunately, she doesn't necessarily do that. And that's also true with how she speaks to Maureen. To me, like when Megyn Kelly's doing it, it's more about her.
Do they go that deep?
And see, it's much easier with quote unquote normal people that aren't in the media. It just keep it to, her different stages of life that victim's family member will say, but you don't have millions of people watching you on TV. So they have to do exactly what we just sort of agreed upon. All her friends and families, sororities. I mean, who knows what they're going to look into? Certainly down the line. That's probably the stage they are now, and that's why it's not going to be scaled back. At least I would think anytime soon. And I know they're doing their best on the ground there. And
by the way, I've got a fever from a bad case of malaria, but getting to 1,000 likes is the cure for my malaria. So please help me to get there. Likes are free, and so are subscriptions to the channel. Subscribing to the channel also free. It'll help my malaria.
Only ones more frustrated than the family are the investigators. And we can talk about public and media people. I have a couple toes in the door of the media here, and it is frustrating for me too. But no one more than the family, than of course the investigators, and probably some heads butting in there every once in a while. But the bottom line is they're going to check out every single lead they can and get over any personality issues therein, and get this thing done. So that's why you see sometimes late night searches. Why would they be out there at 2 a.m. looking for stuff? And well, maybe because a new shift came in at midnight, working around the clock, and they decided to maybe they have better luck with reflecting type materials that time of night. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on, and it'll be going on, and every single person, as time goes on, that was in contact with the Guthrie family, and not just Savannah. She's obviously the one we all know from her NBC career. But let's look at people that may know the sister and the brother, and gosh, who even knew that the father died, I think, decades ago?
Yeah.
Did he have any enemies? And did somehow someone keep a grudge this long? And maybe it's the son of the person with the grudge. And these are all the.
Lisa Mitchell asked, "How did I get malaria?" Well, the cause of my malaria is not enough likes in the video, and likes on the video are the cure for my malaria today.
Things they have to look at. Just look for that person then who has the activity I just described, pre-offense, post-offense, and that's going to help put everything together too, along with whatever the alleged grievance was. And I used alleged, you say grievance here. You and me, it may not bother us if someone said something or looked a certain way, but other people can hold on to this for years and years and years, especially if they see someone get successful in one way or the other. And then it finally, for whatever reason, it just breaks, and they do something like this. So this has to be looked at. I mean, and I'll just as we're kind of winding down here, could it be some kind of a rando, as the Youngs would say, and just not just cruising down the street that night? Obviously, some pre-planning and preparation, mission oriented, but that would be an outlier. It would violate basically every sort of prior abduction of which we are aware in this country. But you got to look at that stuff too, and that's hopefully where phone records, DNA, things like that will come about.
When we talk about someone obsessed with Savannah and maybe a stalker, do you think they're focusing on someone from Arizona? Because there has kind of been this sense on the ground, and the sheriff has he hasn't said it outright, but there's been this feeling that the person could be from around here.
Yeah, and let me just correct the stalking victim from the mid-'80s. The young actress was Rebecca Schaefer on a show called My Sister Sam. I think Pam Dauber was her co-star, and just a bizarre stalker following her, and came to her door with flowers one day, and then just wound up, killing her when she basically shut the door on him. So to go back now to this case, yeah. Look, in the late '90s, I became friends with the TV lawyer pundit Ann Coulter, because she was a victim of a stalker, and was a really strange guy who just wouldn't leave her alone. He knew enough not to quite break the law, but the FBI interviewed him. He didn't stop. He came up with these different plans and ploys to help her. So I actually went and interviewed. I didn't interview him. because he was very standoffish when agents knocked on his door and his wife was there. I don't know what you're talking about. I have First Amendment rights, etc. So I planned to meet him in Washington, D.C. on a day off. I said, hey, I'm friends with Ann, and I just want to talk. You're kind of her stalker. I'm not a stalker. And it was just interesting having one-on-one relationship with this guy. There's a chapter in my 4th book about this case. I don't name him, but it just, I know what some of these, especially women celebrities, go through. And I've been on with Megyn Kelly a good bit the last 2 weeks. She's had her own problems. Guy in jail right now who's stalking her, and it's not easy, especially when you have kids, etc. So, so Brian, to answer your question, it's any and all of these categories. And again, I'm not locked into this theory. I want to be careful here. Again, I'm on the outside, like the rest of us are. You're more on the inside than I am, no doubt, right there on the ground. But I'm just basing everything I say on my experience in these types of cases in the past. And I've certainly kept up with them since I retired a number of years ago. So, yeah, they have to look at these people, and it's the rarest of the rare that a stalker would just do something like this with no leakage beforehand, or no, we'll call it pre-offense behavior, but certainly even long-term behavior.
And as far as we know, Savannah had no stalkers, right? There was no, I mean, does Savannah have an ex-husband before this guy that's around somewhere? That's something to maybe explore in all of this. And on another side note, look at what a great job Brian Entin's doing here of not interrupting this guy, right? He can just listen, lets the guy talk, lets him get all of his thoughts out. Because, you know, when you talk to people, sometimes you can tell. I mean, and I've been interviewed. There's some people that you feel like you almost have to rush to get all your words out because they're just waiting to talk themselves and they can't wait but to cut you off. But Brian doesn't do that. And when I interview people, I try to make sure I don't do that either, where you let them get their thoughts out. And it's a much more flowing experience when the interviewer can do that.
In which an email, can you send me a picture? Can you mention my name on the, pull your ear and you're thinking of me at the top of the hour? I've seen cases like this, like with local weather women over the years, things like that. And these guys just become obsessed because they're looking right into the camera. Oh, she's talking to me today. And they would, in the old days, videotape them. I'm sure, DVR, whatever they do now, rewatch it over and over. And oh, she's talking to me. Oh, I know when she said that word, she was talking about me. And oh, she wore blue today when that dress is blue. And these are all signals. And they also have, and I'll tell you what else this person has. If it's this type of a stalking, obsessive type person, clearly suffering from erotomania, they have a shrine. They have a shrine set up to her in a closet that maybe no one else has access to. Could be like a big trunk, like a steamer trunk they keep in the basement of the garage. A number of locks on it. They open up and there's pictures and there's maybe souvenirs. There's who knows what else they would have. I don't know NBC. I don't watch any of the morning shows on the networks, but does she come outside, of the studio and talk to people with her mic? I'm not sure how that works. Was he one of the people talking to her on his mic, months ago, years ago, and he has that on videotape. He's blown up every frame. Now it's not even videotape, but recorded material, and that's the little shrine they have with this person. So I'm not saying this is an obsessed stalker who took Mrs. Guthrie. Obviously, his goal, you think, would be to take Savannah, but perhaps she's so well protected where she lives and when she travels, whatever, and he didn't want to mess with kids. So, hey, her mother's all over the news with Savannah, and different episodes of the show. Let me go with her, and it's the next best thing. And if that's the case, let's just hope it's a respectful thing. That I really like your daughter. I love your daughter. I just want to talk about her, and hopefully she can just answer the questions he wants in a way to survive.
I mean, that's extremely unlikely, I would say. Did you hear what he said? He said, if there is a person that's abducted Nancy, that he's talking to her like, oh, I just like your daughter. I don't know about that. I'd be very surprised.
Go from there, or she could have been put in a ditch an hour after the abduction.
Yeah.
So and it's still going to have been all those other categories I just mentioned: obsessive stalker. Something happened to Mrs. Guthrie, and now she's out somewhere where she hasn't been found yet. So these are what the agents are looking for. They're not downsizing yet. They're going to be working out these circles. I'm holding my arms out if you're not watching, as far as you can go to cover every one of these leads, and you'd be surprised how something else comes up. And let's go check this guy out. Boy, he's only been to Tucson, 2 or 3 times in the last few years, but he used to live here, or he had a job here 5 years ago, and then all of a sudden other things come up. Luckily, maybe DNA, fingerprints, something like that, cell tower pings, but maybe someone they can talk to and say, boy, that behavioral character.
Now, maybe this is not Jim's specialty since he's an FBI profiler, a former FBI profiler, but I'd be curious what he thinks of the DNA that's in the house. We don't know whether it's touch DNA or something else, but I'd be curious what his hopes are that turns into something. And then the genealogy tests from there.
Characteristics, pre-offense, post-offense behavior. Yeah, by the way, he was acting exactly like that. Then they have a suspect to focus on. Then they can start getting direct evidence from him and hopefully make that arrest and hopefully rescue, I should say, Mrs. Guthrie.
All right, I really appreciate Jim for taking the time to talk with me. Again, he's just had a fascinating career and has really been influential in finding some of the other most high-profile killers out there. So I'm obviously going to stick with this. I don't have any plans on leaving. I hope that there's going to be some movement in the next coming days, and I'll be here ready for it. And I appreciate you guys for following along. As always, my heart goes out to the Guthrie family and everyone who knew Nancy Guthrie. I was just talking to another one of her neighbors earlier. People are just torn up around here. I think it's starting to kind of set in. And a lot of people knew her. When someone was asked, one of the questions I heard was, well, why aren't more of Nancy Guthrie's friends speaking out? And the thing is, I think a lot of them were nervous to talk at first because they didn't want to interfere with the investigation and they wanted to be respectful of Savannah. But we've been hearing from them behind the scenes, and they're torn up about this whole thing. Remember, she lived in this house since the 70s, so a lot of people know her here. And one of the neighbors saying she used to walk with Nancy all the time around the neighborhood. So people are upset, as you can imagine. So thanks again for watching. Thanks for subscribing.
And again, it's an interesting point about the friends, right? We haven't heard about too many of her friends talking about what's going on. So this is the newest. We'll go over the his 3 shorts for the day, and maybe even this one.
Hey guys, I'm outside Nancy Guthrie. Hey guys, I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house. It's day 21 in the search for Nancy, which I can't believe it's already day 21. I wanted to show you guys. So they put all these like barricades out here. The Arizona Department of Transportation. They go in both directions. You can see down there too.
Look at that. Not a cloud in the sky in Pima County, Arizona.
Basically, like they're going to have traffic going one way now in front of Nancy's house, and it doesn't really change anything. They're not making the media leave. They're not making us leave. But it's kind of interesting. I guess they're just planning for, people to be here for a while. We have our big special tonight coming up on NewsNation. It's at 8 o'clock Eastern, and you're going to be able to call in. We have a really great panel of experts. And that's pretty much it right now. A lot of you have been asking me about the glove. There's a local news report about another glove found. It was actually found like weeks ago, and it's just now being talked about.
And that's the thing. That bloody glove that was found weeks ago that is just now being talked about. Imagine how many things that are like that we just don't know. Jennifer Koffendorfer says could be 90% of things that we don't know. But also, please remember to like the video. Likes are free, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already.
Honestly, there's been so many gloves found around here. I know that one they claim there was blood on it. I don't know. I mean, I'm not putting a lot of weight into a lot of these black gloves because, again, I mean, there's just been so many black gloves. So many people use those black gloves. There seems like there's black gloves all over the place when you're looking for them. So anyway, I'll keep you guys posted with any updates today. It's a nice day today. No rain today. No clouds in the sky. So I'll talk to you guys later. See you tonight. Hey guys, I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house. Hey guys, so we just got a new update from the Pima County Sheriff's Office. They put these updates out every day. I'm going to go through it with you. First of all, they say neighborhood activity. They're confirming that detectives and agents today were back in the Guthrie neighborhood canvassing, which we've seen. No additional details. They also changed the traffic flow in front of Nancy's house because there's been so much like traffic and stuff. I showed you that earlier. In terms of gloves, they say detectives and agents have collected multiple gloves from the area, and an analysis is part of the investigation. Specific details about these pieces of evidence will not be shared publicly as this remains an active investigation. We know there's been a ton of gloves found. Resources, they say there have been no changes to resources in this investigation. There may be fluctuations day to day based on investigative leads. Several hundred law enforcement personnel remain dedicated to this case. This will remain an active investigation until Nancy Guthrie is found or all leads are exhausted. For DNA, all evidence from the crime scene and search warrant scenes have been submitted for analysis. It's interesting they say search warrant scenes, so I'm guessing the places where they did the raids. Lab experts are working through the analysis. As with any biological evidence, there can be challenges separating DNA. There are currently no updates regarding the DNA process. The helicopter, remember there was this report yesterday of the helicopter circling around the landfill. They say that that was not related to this investigation. And then this is interesting, private search parties.
And I heard yesterday someone was talking about a landfill, that they were searching for things in a landfill. I don't know what came of that. Ranger something or other. Livin, who was it that you were telling me?
Seen some volunteer groups organizing. They say volunteer search groups have inquired about being in the area. Per the sheriff, they were asked to please give investigators the space they need to do their work. We appreciate their concern and we all want to find Nancy, but this work is best left to the professionals. And they say PCSD, Pima County Sheriff's Department, has volunteer opportunities if they wish to get involved. Private property laws apply. It is up to each individual property owner to grant permission for anyone to be on their property. So they don't seem to be sort of encouraging private search groups. So that's the latest from the Pima County Sheriff's Office. Hey guys, so we just got a new update from the Pima County Sheriff's Office.
So not a fan of the private search groups. Somehow I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised they're not a fan of it. They also probably don't want the citizens to get the credit either, honestly. They want the credit for themselves.
Hey guys, I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house, day 21 of the search. It's Saturday night. A few updates for you. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos did an interview with NBC News, and he says that they don't have a name in terms of a suspect. There's not like a name that they have behind the scenes, which is interesting because remember I did the story where they were going to gun stores with 40 names and photos, trying to see if anyone recognized any of the names or the photos. Sheriff says they don't have a name. Granted, some of this stuff he may be not telling the full story because they're trying to protect the investigation.
So the helicopters in the landfill is completely unrelated, according to Brian Entin. Always trust Brian Entin first and foremost.
The other interesting thing he talked about is challenges with the DNA, which we hadn't heard that they were having challenges. He says that their Florida lab that they're using is having challenges because the DNA is mixed, is what he said, which is causing delays in testing the DNA. So that's obviously not good news. We'll have to see. I mean, the science is changing so quickly with
So mixed DNA, what does that mean? Does that mean it's not all DNA? Does that mean there's more than one person DNA?
DNA testing, that hopefully they'll be able to get a handle on that, because the DNA in the house again seems like really the most important thing, one of the most important things they have in addition to the photo. He also said they're getting closer to identifying other items that the suspect had. You remember they said the backpack came from Walmart for sure. He said that they're getting closer to identifying where the other items came from, which would be important because then they could try to trace back through sales records and then look at surveillance video and figure out where the suspect bought those items. So anyway, that's the latest outside the house. We had our NewsNation special tonight, and I'll keep you guys posted if anything.
All right. So there's a lot of stuff on NewsNation that we're going to go over now. Now, it might not be the entire special, though, because they keep that on TV. To keep it away from us YouTubers. They're like, oh, stay away. Where shall we begin?
He's on the phone now.
All right, Emilio, what's your question?
Yes, Brian. So you were one of the first reporters on the ground during...
This is pretty cool, actually. So this is people calling in to Brian Entin, Maureen O'Connell, and the bottom two, I forget their names. Look at that. Pound Ask Entin.
the Brian Kohberger murders in Idaho and the Gabby Petito case. And based on what you've seen, what makes the law enforcement response in the Nancy Guthrie case different from other major missing person investigations you've covered?
Yeah, it's a good question. With Brian Kohberger in Idaho, it's sort of the PR from the police department there was very different than what's happening here in Arizona. We didn't hear much from police or the FBI at all in Idaho. We were begging them for press conferences. We were begging them for interviews, and they were staying quiet. And we were critical of them, thinking that maybe they didn't have a lot of information behind the scenes. Well, it turned out later when we got all the documents, they actually had a ton behind the scenes. They just weren't doing any interviews. So I would say that's the major difference. Let me go to Maureen on this. You remember with Idaho, they were quiet. Do you think that was the right tactic, or do you think what the sheriff is doing here with a lot of interviews? He hasn't done a press conference, but he does interviews almost every day. What do you think is the better way to go here?
I'm much more comfortable with the way they handled things in Idaho. And as soon as I saw the chief of police in Idaho, I noticed that he had a yellow brick behind him, which means he went to the FBI National Academy. So I figured the FBI was going to be there pretty quickly, or at least he was consulting with them. But I just thought, no matter who they consulted with or whether or not he went to the National Academy, that I thought they did an outstanding job. And you saw where you see something like this really pay out is in the trial. You know, when you protect the evidence and you protect the crime scene and you keep it tight and quiet, you're in a much better position when it comes time for trial. That being said, I think there are things that can come out that are relatively innocuous that you can let the public know, because in a situation like this, I mean, Nancy got ripped from her bed in the middle of the night, and the community is frightened and they're scared. And the same thing was true in Idaho. So they did what they could to quell those fears. But here it's just, there's just way too much back and forth. And, the sheriff is just on every day. To me, it's just way too much.
Yeah, and the messaging gets confusing sometimes.
Thank you for watching.
Ugh. Chris Cuomo.
It is never too late to do the right thing.
A new plea from Savannah Guthrie as the search for her mother began week 3. On Monday, the Guthrie family and their spouses cleared by investigators. The sheriff says to suggest anything otherwise.
I almost didn't recognize Brian Entin's NewsNation tone as opposed to his "Hey guys" on YouTube tone.
Is wrong and cruel.
We still have hope. We still believe.
The investigation turned to new leads. NewsNation reporting that the FBI was visiting local gun stores with a list of 40 names and 40 photos, wondering if any of them had come by. And then the black gloves with unknown male DNA, found about 2 miles from Nancy's home in Tucson.
One thing I wanted to point out is just how much garbage there is back here.
It turns out the DNA was not a hit in CODIS. Investigative genetic genealogy is next. On Tuesday, 2 men arrived at Nancy's home for a follow-up. The Pima County Sheriff's Office would not share why. And TMZ received another email about Nancy's kidnapper, this time with a significant detail.
Remember, on Friday, there's a part of the note that said, "Be prepared to go international." Well,
that sounds like Harvey Levin to me.
In this one, they say, "I know what I saw 5 days ago south of the border, and I was told to shut up, so I know who he is, and that was definitely Nancy with them."
Wednesday, the sheriff agreed to sit down with NewsNation for 10 minutes, where he shared new information about the possibility of more video. I know that you and the FBI were able to get those surveillance photos off the camera in the front of the house. Any progress on the other cameras? Can you do the same thing?
Boy, I'm hopeful. We've asked the Google, "Hey guys, can you do this?" And they said the very same thing. "Sheriff, we don't think we can get anything, but we'll try." And that's all we're hopeful.
Thursday.
So the question becomes, why were they able to get something from the porch, but why wouldn't they from the other cameras? Subscription isn't the issue, so what would the issue be?
NewsNation learned the FBI was communicating with Mexican authorities about the case. We traveled over the border ourselves, asking people if they've heard about Nancy Guthrie.
Has she ever heard of it? No, never heard of it? No.
He says that the cameras are recording everything 24/7. Whenever you come in or whenever you go out. It doesn't matter that they don't ask for information about you, but there's video.
They'll see it. Yeah. Okay.
Mexico authorities say the FBI doesn't have a lead that suggests Nancy is across the border, but 21 days later, she could be anywhere.
Are you getting closer?
I think we are. I think we are. But I have to have that belief, right? I have to have that faith. Every day, we'll keep at it. We ain't quitting.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our NewsNation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased.
And that's the best thing. If any of you ever become content creators, remember this. Even the haters, just by the very fact that they comment, they're helping your channel. Never forget it.
Let's go to producer Paige. Paige, what's up first?
Hey, let's start with Gail from Minnesota.
Because in everything that happens, there's something to learn and an opportunity. And that's the opportunity in the haters. And there's sometimes something to learn as well.
Sent us this video. Let's take a look.
I think it's pretty much been established that there is quite a difference between the quality of the services that the sheriff is providing and that the FBI can provide. And so specifically my question is the Guthrie family aware of this, and do they have any control? For example, can they request that the sheriff stand down and that the investigation be conducted by the FBI? Thank you. Bye.
Okay, let me start with you, Maureen, on this one. Do the Guthries have any control? Could they request that the FBI take over?
Well, certainly they can request anything they want. Whether or not the sheriff will acquiesce is a different story.
That's a good question there. So could the FBI ask to take over? But like Maureen said, will the sheriff acquiesce and let them do it? Somehow I don't think he would. Or he would do it you had to pull it from his cold, dead hands.
But I would like to address, I don't think that the service being provided by the Pima County Sheriff's deputies is subpar. I think they're doing everything they can, and they're working hand in glove with the FBI. They're all out there pouring their hearts and soul into this investigation. So if there are issues, they're usually at the top. They're usually not among those boots on the ground that are doing the work.
Yeah, it's a good point. We've seen the boots on the ground. They're working literally around the clock. Bob worked at the sheriff's office for decades. Do you think, Bob, that the sheriff would give this up? Are we coming close to a point where he would do that?
Brian, I think at some point that bridge is going to have to be crossed. The resources that the FBI provides are exponentially more than what the sheriff's department can provide. That being said, I agree with what Maureen said. The boots on the ground are working their tails off, and they're going to continue to do that. But at some point, there's going to be critical mass for them. The hours they're putting in, the number of people, the other folks in Pima County who bad guys haven't stopped committing crimes. So we're going to have to continue to work hard with the federal partners and see where that takes us. But at some point, I do think that the FBI is going to probably take over primary on this, and it's for the better.
Yeah, we've seen a lot more FBI agents on the ground.
So he thinks the FBI is going to take over. Interesting.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe.
We are here live in Tucson, Arizona, and there's a lot of talk about whether or not Nancy Guthrie could have been taken to Mexico. And now authorities have sort of squashed that idea. They've kind of gone back and forth. But is it really crazy to think this could be an option? I mean, look at this. The Nogales entry, it is just about an hour-and-a-half drive.
So remember, the FBI is working on this. They're just not in full charge right now. Sheriff Nanos is still in full charge. But please remember to like the video while you're here. Likes are free. And please remember to subscribe to the channel if you're not already.
From here, you can actually make it shorter. We did. And once you get there, you literally just walk over into Mexico. No questions asked. We did it. It's kind of crazy. They don't check your ID, nothing. You just walk right in. And there's this idea of how easy it would be to get Nancy's medication on the other side of the border. I went there with my team this week to investigate. Take a look at this.
So we've seen a ton of pharmacies since we came in. There's a big one here. So you can get pretty much anything?
I mean, they still have control medicine or drugs, but like antibiotics or some other stuff that you can get without prescription in the States, you can get it here.
Okay.
It's easier. I controlado.
What did he say?
He said that you can find some medicines here without prescription, that you require prescription there. Talking specifically about the heart medicine, it all depends what substance is. It may be controlled here, it may not. So maybe you get good chances of getting whatever medicine you need here.
With no prescription.
With no prescription. But also it depends on the substance. There are some substances that, yes, you need prescription, but also you can get a prescription from a local doctor, and then you come and you get it. So there's always a way around for it.
Has he heard?
So they're asking can you get Nancy's medicine here in Florida? And they're saying, well, you need a prescription in some cases, not in other cases, though.
The case?
No, he has not heard of it.
He hadn't recognized the photo. How easy would it be to bring someone in, like if you had kidnapped someone?
It's very simple. If the local authorities aren't on alert searching for somebody, I mean, thousands of people come across the border walking and even on vehicles. It's not until they have the alert of somebody missing, they start looking at the camera footage and they can see if the person came across on foot or on a vehicle.
It really amazed me that you could get in so easily. Joining me now again is our panel, former FBI Special Agent Maureen O'Connell, former Pima County SWAT Commander Bob Krieger, and former FBI Special Agent Eric Dickerson.
So the 3 FBI people panel and Brian Entin.
Cortez. And remember, you can call us anytime right now, 1-844-968-7720.
Oh. Thank you very much, Mike, for the super chat. Excited to ask Maureen questions live tomorrow eve. And that'll be on the interview room, and I guess we'll be there as well. I'll check that out. But thank you, Mike. Appreciate the support. Please remember to like the video while you're here too, and super chats are a great way to get questions answered. Memberships are a great way to support the channel as well as super stickers.
We're here to answer your questions. I want to go back to producer Paige with the next question. Paige.
Hey, Meredith sent us this question. She said, given the proximity to the Mexican border, why did authorities just engage the Mexican authorities on day 18 of the investigation? I would have thought they would have been involved from the beginning. Did they need to wait for evidence to go across the border?
Yeah.
A good question. Let's see what Brian Entin says.
It's a good question, Meredith. Our correspondent Libby Dean in Washington, D.C. has amazing FBI sources. She's been working this angle. I asked her about this earlier, Meredith. Listen to what she said.
Hey, I'm Libby Dean in DC. My source in the FBI gave me new details about this timeline today, and what they told me was the FBI reached out almost immediately to Mexican authorities following Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, but the media only learned about it 18 days into this investigation. But what the source continues to emphasize, and what we even heard from the Pima County Sheriff, is that there's no evidence that Nancy Guthrie was taken across the border or is being held currently in Mexico.
So basically, it's interesting, even though we just found out that.
So then the question becomes, what would the evidence even be that she did? How would you know? I don't know what the evidence would be, but what do you think the evidence would be if there was any? How are they going to know?
The FBI was talking to the authorities in Mexico. Turns out it started way earlier, really right after Nancy went missing, according to Libby's sources.
Thank you.
Hey, let's go to Jay. We got him on the phone from New Jersey.
All right, Jay from New Jersey.
Jay from my home state. I wonder what he's got to say. Let's see if he represents New Jersey well.
What's your question?
Hey, Brian, how you doing? Great job on the ground there. I watch the show every night.
Before we ask the question, thank you, Mike, for the super chat. Get Garcia on the case. Oh, it's not Mike. It looked blue. This is Jackie. Thank you very much for the super chat, Jackie.
With Chromo and everything. And my question is, myself and my wife are like dumbfounded by this, is how did this low-life scale get into the house? Was there like any signs of a break-in? Did he use like picks? How did he get into the house?
So how did he get into the house? Especially considering there was no sign of a break-in. They did dislodge the camera and the back door was open, but outside of that, there's no evidence of a break-in. So let's see what the expert panel says here.
That's nuts. I don't know if you can answer it.
Yeah, it's a good question. There were reports of forced entry in the beginning, and then the sheriff walked that back. Eric, what do you think? I mean, we've seen the suspect at the front door. We have the video up right now, but we don't know that he went in through the front door. What are your thoughts?
No, on the limited information we have, we know that he approached the front door. The simplest method that they use is simply to knock and wait for an answer or wait for somebody to voluntarily open the door and then proceed to abduct or kidnap or whatever the case. There would be if there were indications of forced entry, they would probably be use of some sort of ramming device or some sort of device to compromise the lock. But the easiest form in which these subjects operate is just to knock on the door and to wait till they voluntarily open.
Yeah, it's so scary to think about that in the middle of the night if Nancy woke up and saw this guy outside her front door. Bob, have you...
And they keep on calling this the Mexican carry here.
Thought at all about if you think there's a second suspect or a getaway driver, or could there have been someone around the backside of the house at the same time?
I have thought about that. I've discussed it a little bit, and my gut says there probably was. A car of some sort was involved with the kind of the lack of care that the suspect we see walking up to the front door has. Once they were able to get their hands on Nancy and get her out, it would be a lot easier to have someone waiting for you. So, the cop part of me says, yeah, there probably was a car out front just waiting. You've been in the neighborhood with the lights out, a dark night. No one.
And again, how would they even escape without a vehicle? There has to be a vehicle. I'll be curious what the other houses' Nest and Ring cams would show, if anything.
One's going to see that. It's not going to look out of the ordinary at 1 a.m. in the morning. So there probably was, and hopefully that they're following up on all the vehicle leads in the area as well.
Yeah, I've wondered the same thing, if maybe the getaway driver was parked a block or two away and then got the call to come back.
Thank you.
Okay, let me go back to Paige now. I want to get another caller in before we have to take a break. Paige?
Hey, yeah, I think we have time to get to this one. This is Mike from Philly.
All right, Mike and Philly.
Oh my goodness, my neck of the wood loves Brian Entin.
Philly, what's your question?
Hey, Brian, how are you? Great job you're doing on the ground. But good. I just have a basic question that is there two separate investigations? And with the kidnapping, and what is the reasoning that the Adult Protective Services investigation was opened 1 week before she was kidnapped? The car that was left. I'm with the internet sleuth group and crime hoppers, and we have figured this out. And JLR is we've talked to him, and
look at him shouting out them on NewsNation. They probably won't like that.
We are the problem of the sheriff because we want the answers.
Yeah, when you bring up the Adult Protective Services, there was some questions about there was a card left in Nancy's door that was from an Adult Protective Services supervisor, an investigator, and a lot of people spotted that card. Actually, one of our producers saw the investigator put the card in the door, and it was after we got here, after Nancy was missing. It was like Monday or Tuesday of that first week. So people thought the card was there from before, but it actually wasn't, because one of our producers saw him put the card in the door. It's actually a woman in the door after she was already reported missing.
Thank you for watching.
And just remember, Nate, if morons are talking on YouTube, what does that make the people complaining about the morons, if not bigger morons themselves?
The flower garden created here outside Nancy's home, it keeps growing by the day. There are so many flowers out here. Her neighbors, friends, even strangers, leaving uplifting notes and messages for her, along with flowers, and there's ribbons, and there's candles, and there's all sorts of messages. I've got Nancy Lou, who's joining me now. You've been with me out here really since the beginning. You know what I noticed tonight, Nancy? I ran to get a drink and then come back. Have you seen they've got yellow ribbons now in almost every single mailbox in this whole neighborhood?
Yellow ribbons everywhere, and people are just dying for answers. In this case, it's so mysterious, and they can't move on. And just based on the questions you've been getting from all over the country, people all over the country want answers. And this neighbor, Nancy Guthrie, she's been here for decades. She is missed. She is beloved in this neighborhood, and her daughter is beloved by America. So America is just really desperate for answers. This is such a mysterious case, Brian. You and I have discussed how really surreal this case is.
Yeah, Nancy's lived here since the 1970s. I don't think a lot of people realize that. So the neighbors love her. I mean, I was interviewing it. I used to walk with Nancy. They all know her, not because of Savannah Guthrie, because she's lived here so long. I wanted to ask you, though, because you and I also both covered Brian Kohberger. We were together for that story, too, in Idaho. And you were in Idaho when they announced that they had arrested Brian Kohberger. And I was thinking, like, everybody's saying, oh, this case is going cold. That was 48 days. And you and I went into kind of panic mode in a moment. That could happen any moment now.
And, you know, we certainly hope that, you know, the Moscow Police Department, they kept so many details to themselves. We hope that is the case here in Tucson, that perhaps behind the scenes, there is much more that we don't know. Maybe we'll have a moment like that day in Moscow, Idaho, when you and I were there and they closed in on Brian Kohberger. And it was such a weight that was lifted for Moscow because there was fear, there was anxiety, and you sense it here in Tucson because we don't know what happened here. So this neighborhood, there is fear, there is anxiety. So when Kohberger was taken into custody, there was a lifting, you know, a weight lifted. We hope that there's something like that for this community that's just, you know, desperate for answers. The Guthrie family, desperate for answers.
Well, we've all been hoping and praying. I mean, us covering it, that there can be a happy ending here. I mean, how amazing would it be if Nancy came home alive? And again, it all changes in a moment. That's why people are like, oh, it's gone cold. It's only been 21 days. Literally, we could get a call just like when we went on the SWAT raids. I mean, at any moment, this case changes.
Right. And there'd be prayers answered. A lot of
really
prayers answered.
And
So they're still looking for the sheath. The sheath is what caught Kohberger. Let's see what can catch this person.
Many of the reporters out here know Savannah, and the whole thing feels very personal. So,
and just walking around Tucson, talking to people, Savannah means so much to this city. She grew up here. She attended the University of Arizona. People are proud of Savannah Guthrie here in Tucson.
Well, thank you for being here with us, Nancy. You know, we went through Kohberger together. We went through this one together.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe.
Chris Cuomo is trying to hypnotize us.
Bringing in genetic genealogist Cece Moore on this. Cece, thank you so much for being here. And you've said that this tool can step in and be successful when all other leads seemingly are exhausted. Does this essentially look like approaching a 23andMe or an Ancestry.com style database, a large commercial one, and then seeing if there are any family matches to this unknown DNA?
Well, as long as you have a viable DNA sample that you can create one that is workable for genetic genealogy from that, then it is eventually solvable. That person can be identified. Of course, there's a lot of caveats right now. Do they actually have the suspect's DNA or not? So that's a big if. As far as the databases, although there are over 50 million people who have taken direct consumer DNA tests, law enforcement is actually barred from the vast majority of those profiles. The 3 largest databases have said law enforcement cannot compare against their databases.
And that's something we've gone over before too. The top 3, Ancestry, 23andMe, and whatever the other one is, they don't cooperate with law enforcement. And of the others, you still have to opt in to cooperate with law enforcement.
So we are actually limited to the 3 smallest databases, GEDmatch, Family Tree DNA, and DNA Justice, with under 2 million profiles to compare against on violent criminal cases like this one. So it can be very difficult. If they were able to get the DNA in those large databases with 25 million people, 12 million people, and so on, then it could be a very, very quick identification. In GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA, sometimes we get lucky quick, but it can also take a very long time.
I'm so glad you brought up that point, because most of the major firms that use genetic genealogy, the Ancestry, the 23andMe, MyHeritage, they do have those policies to not work with law enforcement. However, some will change that when asked if it's a violent criminal or to identify human remains. With the amount of...
And that's a good point too. And I think we went over this before as well. But if they ask them to cooperate, they still might.
Scrutiny and public pressure on this case, do you believe that any of these databases stand a really good chance of reversing course on what seems like a pretty hard and fast rule and actually opening up their databases to solve this case?
It's never happened to date. And there's also misconceptions about that. It has not happened. I went to these companies back in 2012 and MyHeritage in 2016, asking if they would be willing to have law enforcement samples in their database. And they schooled me very quickly and very assertively about why they did not want that to happen. They don't want to scare off the public. They don't want to scare off their customers. Now that they have amassed these huge databases, they want to protect their customers' privacy. So we can all understand that. However, if a warrant is served on these companies, which I believe it will be either in this case or another case in, very soon, they're going to have a knockdown, drag out fight. I don't think these companies will just fold and agree. I think that they will go into their deep pockets and put up a fight to protect their customers' privacy. One thing, though, I wish they would consider is that the vast majority of their customers think law enforcement is already using those databases. It's one of the biggest misconceptions out there. And one of the reasons I've done so many interviews is I'm trying to let people know if they want to help on cases like Nancy's, they need to download their raw data from those big companies and get them in one of the databases that we can actually access. If those big companies would create a system like GEDmatch has, where you can opt in or opt out, that would really be, I think, the best middle ground. I think law enforcement.
And I don't know why some people think we don't need genealogy tests to solve this when, as far as I know, what else do they have instead that's going to be so much better?
Would be happy to adhere to that. And we would be able to solve cases very, very quickly. And then they wouldn't have to serve a warrant.
That's just such an interesting point. And in this case in particular, public sentiment so on this side. If they were going to make an exception for any case, you would think it would be this one. You say there are also limitations to genetic genealogy. So you would hope that the suspect, for example, has deep roots in this country, is not an immigrant, their parents are not immigrants, ideally of Northwestern European ancestry. Tell me more about that.
Yeah, those are the people that are best represented in all genetic genealogy databases. But when you're limited to the smallest ones, it's even more important. It's people who have deep roots in the United States that we are able to most quickly identify through investigative genetic genealogy. People that we can follow that paper trail all the way back to the 1600s, for example. And those are the people that have the most cousins in the database, right? Because their ancestors have been here for hundreds of years. So we're going to find a lot more of those second, third, fourth, fifth cousins and beyond than somebody who was born in another country, even all the way back to their great-grandparents.
Yeah, very quickly, and we're almost out of time. So if that theory of any cartel involvement...
And that's one of the major problems with TV. They're always almost out of time. The same with radio. We're out of time here. We're out of time here. And why are they out of time? They're out of time because they need to get to their advertisers. But on YouTube, We don't have that problem. We can talk for however long we want.
Whether this suspect could have taken Nancy past the border to Mexico, would that potentially make using genetic genealogy more challenging as a tool in this case?
Absolutely, but it's still doable. It just will take more time and more resources, and that might be when they go ahead and serve that warrant on those big databases, if that were to happen.
Genetic genealogist CC Moore, really appreciate the insight and time. Thank you.
All right. So please remember to like the video if you haven't already. Likes are free. Please subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And I go live every night to talk about true crime and current events. And I use my personal experience with mental health, addiction, and narcissistic abuse to give my own unique perspective on true crime and current events. Also, most importantly, amazing flock of black sheep here in the comments. Or in the live chat, there's a very supportive community here. Check them out. And all that, thank you for supporting.
You say that they should deploy a queen for a day tactic. Tell me what you mean by that.
So one of the things that you do in the federal system is if you have somebody, and the last person who was contacted Harvey, and we discussed this on the Two Angry Men podcast, but I said, look, if you're afraid, if you're a Confederate or if you're somebody who knows and are afraid of those who are involved, get yourself lawyered up, have the lawyer get a queen for a day where you do a proffer, or you can tell the information. It can't be used to prosecute you, and you could help and do a good thing and help try to solve this thing. If you believe that you've got the information, do it. Don't be so worried. There are ways you could do this, be protected, and keep yourself from being in legal harm.
Yeah, so you're saying that in most cases like this, there is a circle and a number of people who know who is behind this and what happened here. Make it easy for them to come forward, to be protected legally so that they can share what they know. It makes sense. Mark
Right.
Garagos, always appreciate your time and your insight. Thank you so much.
Mark Garagos, hi and bye.
To help us break down all of the new developments in the search for Nancy Guthrie, we are going to NewsNation's senior national correspondent, Brian Entin, who is live on the ground in Tucson, Arizona tonight. Brian, tell us the very latest in this. And also, what are we hearing about any potential DNA tech issues, mixed DNA?
Yeah, a couple of new developments coming in late tonight, Natasha. First of all, you mentioned the mixed DNA. The sheriff, the Pima County Sheriff, did an interview with NBC News, and he's now saying that the samples are mixed, which this is something that we haven't heard before. I wrote down what he said. The samples are mixed, and DNA from more than one person is contained in some of these DNA samples that they are trying to test and get results from. Specifically, we know that they're especially interested in the DNA from inside Nancy Guthrie's house, DNA that doesn't belong to Nancy Guthrie and then doesn't belong to anyone within her inner circle. But apparently that DNA, again, they're calling it as mixed, and that it's from more than one person, which is apparently making it a little more complicated. Remember, the sheriff sent the DNA to a Florida lab, a private lab that the sheriff's office here uses. There's a little bit of drama there with the FBI. FBI wanted a lot of the evidence to go to their lab in Quantico. At the end of the day, the sheriff decided to stick with the lab that they're used to, which is the lab in Florida. So hopefully they'll be able to sort that out because DNA is obviously a huge, huge part of this case. Something else interesting that the sheriff said new tonight is he said they have no names. There's not a name of the suspect that they have behind the scenes. At least that's what he's saying publicly. Remember, we reported last week that the FBI was going around to different...
So no names, they're saying, behind the scenes. Do you believe that? Press 1 if you think they have no names for any suspects. Press 2 if you think they do have names. They're just not saying it.
Gun shops in Tucson with a list of 40 names and 40 photos showing employees of the gun shops, the names in the photos, seeing if they looked familiar, if they'd been in the store, if they'd bought a weapon. But again, tonight, the sheriff is saying that they have no names. Natasha?
Yeah, appreciate that. And meanwhile, what are they saying about cooperation with their counterparts south of the border and the likelihood that she could have been taken to Mexico? Is that something that they're seriously looking at?
It seems like they are because we know that the FBI was in touch with Mexican officials very, very early on. Our Libby Dean reported that tonight. That they called Mexico almost immediately to ask them questions about the investigation. Mexico, the law enforcement there is now saying that they have no reason to believe that Nancy Guthrie is in Mexico. You just can't ignore how close it is, though. I mean, it takes anywhere from an hour to an hour and a half to get to Mexico from Nancy Guthrie's house where I'm standing right now. It's so easy to cross the border. You don't even have to show an ID or answer any questions. You just go right in, whether you're walking, driving. So it seems like a possibility that investigators have to keep open.
And Brian, very quickly, is there a lot of cartel activity in this area?
There is, and there are kidnappings that have happened in this area involving the cartel, although all the local law enforcement that I've spoken to has said this just doesn't show any signs of being a cartel-related kidnapping. They're usually—
And I agree with that. I don't think there's any signs of this being a cartel kidnapping.
more organized. They're in and out quickly. Plus, what would the motive be for them to take an 84-year-old woman like Nancy Guthrie? So I don't think it's cartel-related, but whoever did it, you know, it's possible that they could have taken Nancy into Mexico again just because it's so close.
Yeah, it was so interesting to see how easy it was for you to clear that checkpoint. As senior national correspondent Brian Entin, live for us on the ground in Tucson, Arizona, yet again.
All right. Thank you, Brian Entin, for that. And that's really it. That's it for the News Nation. And the only one left, Ashleigh Banfield or Hidden Killers.
To the reporting domain. They start canvassing. Hey, everybody. It is Friday, February 20th. It's been a long 3 weeks. In the Nancy Guthrie case, we are basically about to enter the fourth week of Nancy Guthrie being missing. And I don't feel like the investigators are any further ahead. Listen, there's a lot we don't know, granted. Want to just let you know, I know you guys all have questions, and I hear so many of your comments and questions as well. I'm going to have a member event this Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern. It's February 22nd, and I'm going to answer a ton of your questions. We can have a conversation like we did last time, but I'm also going to answer a lot of the questions about the Nancy Guthrie case because you got a lot and we've got answers, and then I'll let you know when we don't have answers as well, because that's also the case. Also, quick housekeeping, just don't forget, subscribe. It really does me a solid. I appreciate you so much when you do that, and it makes a huge difference. I know it's little for you, but it's huge for me, so thank you very much in advance. Quick note from my sponsor. Let's be honest, being on camera as much as I am, and if...
That reminds me of what a guy would say. It's little for you, but huge for me. That's what he said.
If you go back to the beginning, like we did for this episode, suddenly you start to see things in a different light. And so we thought tonight would be a really great opportunity in this episode to just get you back up to speed on everything that has transpired. Things that became huge that suddenly went away. Things that suddenly got people excited that they were going to have some resolution and then went away. And things that were said that suddenly don't make sense anymore. So I want to take you from start to finish. Let's start on February 1st. That's basically day one. That's when the 911 call came in. Family members were alerted that Nancy Guthrie did not show up for...
Apparently, my malaria is close to being cured here with almost 1,000 likes. Love to hear it. So if you're watching, likes are free. Also, remember to subscribe to the channel. I also do interviews of licensed clinical psychologists, LCSWs, and other law enforcement officials.
Her group event for church. Now, this was sort of misreported and then clarified, but it clarified in strange ways that maybe not everybody heard. Nancy hasn't attended church, according to reports, since COVID, actual church. Instead, she and a group of friends gather and they watch a live stream of the church service together on Sundays. And that apparently is what Nancy hadn't shown up for. And the friends of hers had alerted family members. So family members arrive at Nancy's house to check on her. And obviously what they saw was extraordinarily concerning. They got there at 11:56 a.m. and they were calling 911 7 minutes later at 12:03 p.m. Didn't take but a minute for the law enforcement to get there, and the case, officially kicks into overdrive with the officers arriving. So this is day one, and authorities tell us this is a dire situation because Nancy has a pacemaker. Nancy is on medications, and they are life-saving medications that she needs. And in 24 hours without those medications, it can be detrimental to her life, that she could be in grave danger. So this has become a very worrisome situation. Sheriff Chris Nanos of the Pima County Sheriff's Department quickly said, lest you think this is an older woman who's 84 years old, who's wandered off and might be in the neighborhood somewhere, not the case. He said, Nancy Guthrie is not the type to wander off. She is sharp as a tack. Her mind is fine. And he added that she actually can't walk without, help for more than about 50 yards on her own. So that changed the metric of why this was so critical. And homicide detectives were brought in right away. They were brought in by the sheriff's department to investigate Nancy's home, and they said it's due to what the sheriffs would only describe as concerns about what they found inside her home. They wouldn't say much else, just concerns inside the home led them to bring homicide detectives right away, day one. So the concern is big enough that they bring out the search.
So here's my question for Sheriff Nanos and the FBI. It's like, okay, if you don't want to answer any questions and you don't have anything to say, then don't say anything, right? I mean, why even say anything if you don't want to say anything and there's nothing to say? That might be a stupid question. Maybe they're forced to have press conferences. I don't know. But why don't they say in the beginning, hey, we'll keep you up to date when we have anything? The end. I don't know. But what do you think?
Search and rescue teams, they're launched immediately, like canines and helicopters and drones and ground teams. They're fanning out, looking for Nancy Guthrie. That's normal, right? That is normal on day one. This is not a woman who wandered off. This is more serious. We've got homicide detectives in her house. Get the search crews out and about now. And 24 hours later, something changed, drastically changed. Suddenly, Nancy's home, which is this crime scene where homicide detectives have been present, is released to the family. The crime scene tape comes down. It's no longer a crime scene anymore. That's odd. 24 hours, maybe 30 hours. Also, the sheriff announced that this is no longer primarily a search mission and calls off all air assets and all canines and all searchers until further notice, right? That happens Monday. That's the announcement from the sheriff. He says these assets that they brought in en masse, they're going to step aside now that this is a criminal investigation. These are his words. Even so, he did emphasize something that was very strange, given what we know now, that he did not think the community was in any danger. So one day after that press conference, so now we're on Tuesday, right? She disappears on Sunday. They call off the search on Monday. They release the crime scene on Monday. They say the public's not in danger. On Tuesday, the next day, a high-level law enforcement source tells me that multiple Nest cameras were smashed at the home, that Nancy's back door was left wide open, that there was forced entry indeed, that there was blood found inside the home as well as outside the home, and that they had towed Nancy's daughter's car, and that they may now be considering her husband as a prime suspect. That is on Tuesday. A few days later, at a press conference, Sheriff Nanos confirms they had towed the car under a warrant and that it was being processed, but said that
I'm glad Ashleigh's bringing this up again because we haven't heard anything about it. Okay, Annie's car got impounded. Then what? Because Jennifer Koffendorfer was saying the fact that the Range Rover was taken into evidence is actually big news. So let's see what Ashleigh says about this.
Family was not being identified as suspects. Here's how he put it.
Suspects. I know there's been a lot out there about suspects, and I want to be very clear. At this time, we have not identified a suspect or a person of interest in this case. We are working our best to do that. But to be clear, we have nobody of interest or any suspects that you would consider a prime suspect. We're just not there. We're not there yet.
Sheriff, you said you've identified no suspects. Have you ruled out anyone she was with on Saturday night?
You know, we've talked to so many. I'm sure that my investigators have feelings about this one's clear or this one isn't, but But no, I wouldn't say anybody's ruled out yet, because what if I rule you out and then later I learn something else? No.
Still, law enforcement just 2 days later was seen searching at the daughter's home at night, wearing gloves and taking photographs in the dark for 3 hours. They're also seen searching the property and the properties nearby.
And this is also something that we've learned nothing about. We've learned nothing about Annie's car that was impounded, and we learned nothing about what they were even doing at Annie's house. They took pictures. We saw people with the blue gloves, but what were they looking for? I mean, maybe they would just say, well, it's none of your guys' business. But there's so many open-ended things here.
At the daughter's home. Also at that same Thursday news conference again. So now we're at Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We're at day 5. At that same news conference on day 5, the sheriff also confirmed that it was indeed Nancy's blood that reporters had spotted outside of Nancy's front entrance. Still, the sheriff at this news conference on day 5 would not confirm whether there was forced entry, which door may have been used, whether other biological evidence had been located in the home. That would change. And he would not confirm if there were multiple cameras. Again, later he did confirm, weeks later, that there were multiple Nest cameras at Nancy's home. So he also would not rule out the family as suspects when many of the reporters asked multiple times. Here's how he put it.
Have you been able to clear any of the Guthrie family members?
Well, I put it like this.
And again, you always got to be careful when someone doesn't give a direct answer to it's a yes or no question. Did you clear the family members? Yes or no? Let's see.
Everybody, particularly the Guthrie family, but everybody has been very cooperative with us. We've done a number of interviews and investigations and taken DNA swabs from a number of different people.
He's certainly not saying, yes, we've cleared them, right? What else are we supposed to deduct from this? But then he does say they're cleared later.
They've all cooperated with us. I'm going to say this real careful. They are under tremendous pressure and tremendous grief. And I think it's really irresponsible for anyone to start pointing fingers that way. They have been nothing but cooperative with us.
But I think cooperative and cleared are two different things.
I know, but the evidence will take us there if that's the case.
Here's the official.
That's a good follow-up by that woman. Cooperative and cleared are two very different things. And yes, they indeed are.
Timeline that Sheriff Nanos released to the public about the early stages of this crime. And he released this to us on Thursday on day 5. So he said that Nancy Guthrie on Saturday, the 31st of January, got in an Uber at 5:32 p.m. and went about 4 miles down the road to her daughter Annie's house, where they had dinner, they played games, and at 9:48 p.m., and this gets a little confusing because originally he said her daughter Annie brought her home, then he said her daughter Annie and her husband Tommaso brought her home, and then he said Tommaso brought her home, and then it got really messy. Later he'd have to say, I'm going to leave it at just family. But he told the New York Times it was Tommaso who brought her home. At 9:48 on that Saturday p.m., the garage door opens, and at 9:50, the garage door closes, and the sheriff says, and we assume Nancy goes to bed.
So if I'm Sheriff Nanos, this is what I say. I'll say, when we have suspects, we will let you know. And until then, no one's off the table. That's all you got to say. Until we have a suspect, we're not going to close the door on anything. The end.
At 1:47 a.m., now we are into February 1st, Sunday morning. The timeline says that the camera disconnects. Later, they would say is tampered with. At 2:12 a.m., the sheriff says there is an image detected, a person detected on the camera, which is interesting because they don't have the image. I don't know how they detect a person. Maybe the Nest camera just said person detected on your front door or back door or whatever camera detected a person. But the really tough news was that Nancy Guthrie didn't have the subscription, so they didn't have the actual video. And the sheriff said, we've reached out to our partners, the people behind these cameras. They didn't tell us at that point that they were Nest cameras, but we've reached out to the partners, the companies, and we're waiting for that information to come back. It would be very disappointing because soon they would be told by the company, we don't have it. Wouldn't be the end of the story, however. At 2:28 a.m., the timeline continues. Nancy's pacemaker disconnects from the phone app that she has. And at 11:56, relatives respond to her home. 12:03, relatives call 911. So that's the timeline from the sheriff. So as all this continues, the ransom demands start coming in. On day 3 of this nightmare, ransom communications begin, right? One email is sent to a national outlet, to TMZ, and also to 2 local outlets, television outlets in Tucson. And
we didn't hear as much about those other 2 to the local outlets, did we? But we heard all about TMZ's, the letters, the notes that they got. So it goes to show you the size of your platform can really influence how things are perceived to the public.
Ransom overture is demanding $4 million by Thursday of the first week, by day 5. But the email also threatened that if that Thursday deadline were missed, if that day 5 deadline were missed, the price tag would go up to $6 million by the following Monday deadline. That would be day 8. And the demand was for cryptocurrency. So it wasn't long before a California man was hauled in cuffs. His name was Derek Kalela, don't know how he pronounces his name, but Derek was charged with a federal crime. He was charged with sending another fake ransom message directly to family members, right? Federal prosecutors alleged that he was an imposter and that he was exploiting the family's grief for money. Does not appear that he's the same person who sent that original ransom note to TMZ and the 2 Tucson outlets. Again, his ransom note allegedly went directly to Guthrie family members, Nancy's daughter and her husband. So later on, ransom-style messages would surface again in the media, including one demanding a single Bitcoin worth about $67,000 at the time for information. Basically, I know where she's being held. I know the people. So you give me the money and I'll give you the info. And similar overtures would come into TMZ about that same offer multiple times in the ensuing weeks. But after those first few overtures, the Guthrie siblings pleaded with whomever was behind those emails to please let their mom come home, even agreeing at one point to pay, as long as there was proof of life and proof that they actually had Nancy. And as far as the public was told, there were no such reassurances that came in. Several emails would follow, demanding the same kind of ransom, even one changing the type of cryptocurrency being demanded. But the law enforcement sources that were tapped on this topic indicated they had no reason to believe that any of these were authentic. Still, they said they were taking them seriously. Quick note here, taking them seriously could mean 2 things. Taking them seriously with regard to finding Nancy, or taking them seriously with regard to finding who's behind them, these grifters.
Again, I'm thinking the majority of these notes are really just opportunists trying to exploit the situation. That doesn't really help you find Nancy. Do you think any of those notes were legit? Press 1 if you think any of the notes were legit. Press 2, no. All of them were fraudsters, exploiters, grifters, opportunists. So 1, any of them was legit. 2, none of them were. But also, please remember to like the video. My case of malaria is good for the night, but getting to 2,000 likes might help my tomorrow's case of malaria. So thank you for everyone who's liked so far. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And I go live every night to talk about true crime, current events, and I use my experience with mental health, addiction, and narcissistic abuse to give my own unique perspective on those things. And most importantly, there's an awesome flock of black sheep in the chat. That's why I consider myself the shepherd of black sheep. Very supportive community we have here. So hop on in.
Who are exploiting a situation, because that's a crime in itself, a big one. You can go away for 20 years for this. So taking it seriously, let's hope they find them for so many reasons, right? CNN, in fact, reported in week 3 that federal prosecutors had a whole team standing by, ready to prosecute anybody attempting this kind of extortion on the Guthrie family.
So almost everyone thinks none of them were legit. And I agree. I don't think they were legit either.
Family. Also on day 5, that's Thursday, FBI agents are confirmed to have visited a Chevron station and a Circle K, asking for those 2 companies their surveillance video. And it's noted that the gas stations just geographically were located in between Nancy's home and her daughter's home. And the people who worked at those stations confirmed that the agents had been there to ask for and received that surveillance video, looking for vehicles that may have been driving in the area. Savannah Guthrie put out another short video seemingly addressing the alleged ransom seekers. She said the word, and everything seemed very, to many people, it seemed very much like the FBI had been working with the Guthrie family, helping them to craft specifically with their knowledge of the behavioral unit at the FBI. And it seemed cryptic, but basically Savannah had said to the ransom seekers, "We hear you, we understand, and we beg you to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her." So agents then return to Nancy's home, right? They now load her car up onto a flatbed out of the garage. It's been in the garage all this time since she disappeared, and they tow it from her garage. And this follows actually several sporadic searches that had happened around Nancy's front yard, Nancy's property, her backyard, behind her backyard. Again, this is many days after the crime scene has been released. And a lot of people are very critical about this, saying, why'd you release the scene if you're still doing searches? And this is not going to help in any prosecution down the way, right? Any defense attorney with his or her weight in salt is going to be able to say contamination everywhere, Regardless, the searches continue. On day 8, sheriff's vehicle shows up and blocks the entrance to Nancy's driveway. That's on a Sunday morning. That's a week since Nancy has disappeared. And Brian Entin told me that the private security guard had been hired by Nancy Guthrie's family, the man who came out of Nancy's driveway, putting on latex gloves and emptying the mailbox at Nancy's house, putting the mail into a plastic bag. Then Fox News captures video of law enforcement in the back area behind Nancy Guthrie's backyard, and they are probing with a long probe down into an underground tank. Nobody could quite come to the conclusion as to whether it was a septic tank or a fresh.
So this whole video here is basically Ashleigh Banfield recapping the entire case and going through the popular stories from each day, which is a good review. This is a good review for everyone. Remember them doing that to that drain or sewer, whatever it was? What came of that? I mean, as far as we know, nothing.
Water tank or an overflow tank, but regardless, those giant lids, there are 2 of these big lids, they were both lifted off, and those law enforcement agents were probing with a very long probe down into that tank. Never heard anything about resolution. Did they find anything? I think to a lot of people, it looked like they may have been trying to see if there was anything down there, maybe a body. Some were trying to suggest they were bringing up samples, but none of that panned out publicly anyway. More agents then show up at Nancy's home, searching the rough, all behind her backyard. Then, Tuesday, February the 10th, 10 days after Nancy was abducted, an absolute bombshell drops. The FBI releases to the public Nest doorbell footage that they had retrieved from Google's back-end servers. They had done.
And to me, this is the biggest break in the case so far, right? That footage is probably number 1. The DNA from the home is probably number 2. But what do you think? Am I missing anything else here so far? Like, what are the biggest 2 breaks in the case?
Something called scratching, where they, as it's described, try to scratch away like the peels of an onion to get to the video because Nancy didn't have a subscription, therefore it wasn't saved, and those cameras outside had been taken. Law enforcement didn't have the camera, so Google is able, with the help of the FBI, to get these images. And this is what they released to us. A male suspect, his face obscured by a 3-hole balaclava ski mask, wearing dark clothing, carrying a backpack that was later identified as a black 25-liter Ozark Trail pack, a product available exclusively at Walmart. The FBI's Operational Technology Division drills down on the suspect ID, right? The description. They do this using something called photogrammetry. And they release this description. And yeah, it's great to have a description, but my God, tens of millions of people, maybe even hundreds, kind of meet this description. Male, approximately 5'9" to 5'10", that's average, and an average build. So basically an average American shape. But okay, while that's average, it's not average to somebody watching, right? Somebody recognizes the way that person moves, their gait, the way they walk, right? The way they bend, when they bend down, the way they approach. There are movements that are unique to all of us. Sometimes you can recognize someone right down the street just the way they're walking before you see their face, okay? That's important. And that's why, okay, 5'9" to 5.
So that's another question. The people in the family, do they think they know who that is? Are they going to say, is Savannah Guthrie going to say, you know what? Isn't this person? I mean, if she thought so, I'm pretty sure she would say so. Why wouldn't she?
10 average build, but somebody out there recognizes this guy. Somebody has to know. I think I know someone like that. By February 12th, TMZ is reporting their law enforcement source says that the suspect was captured on Nancy's front doorbell camera at 2:12 a.m., which brings up a big question as to which camera was quote unquote disconnected and quote unquote tampered with. That's how law enforcement described it to us at 1:47 a.m. Because the two times we got from law enforcement is that the camera was tampered with and disconnected at 1:47 a.m. and then an image was captured at 2:12 a.m. TMZ says their law enforcement source says it was that image that they released to us. But what happened at 1:47 a.m. and where? Front door? Back door? It also left people.
So there is indoor. Well, I shouldn't say indoor because they did not specify where they were, but they said there's other Nest cams. We can guess they were in the house or maybe pointed out towards the backyard there. But the bigger problem is Google is saying they can't get into them, or they're going to try, but that's what Sheriff Nano said. Google told them that they might not be able to do it. I don't know what would be different between the Nest footage from the front porch versus the other Nest cams, but that's where we are with it right now. There were definitely other Nest cams, that's for sure. And this is not even to mention the other Ring and Nest cameras from the other houses on the street.
People wondering if two of the images that were released were the same or if they were captured at the same time. Because in one image, the suspect had a gun and a backpack on, right? In the videos, he's got a backpack with reflectors and a gun that's clearly visible, right in the center of his belt. But in one of the other images, just a single image, a still shot that they released, he is wearing neither. Doesn't have the backpack on, doesn't have the gun on. So this left people wondering whether one of those images was at 2:12 and the other image was at 1:47. It's just very, very confusing as to why they would release these images and show them with two different. What happened with the suspect that he took off the backpack and the gun? Why did he feel so safe to take that gun off? Where was he in this crime? At what stage of this crime was he that he took that gun off? Just super fascinating, and we don't have the answer to that. Another question that was brought up by a lot of people who looked at this, is it possible that image of the guy without the gun and without the backpack was taken on a different night altogether? Some people pointed to the sky being a different color. It's possible that the camera just accommodated for it, but others said, no, it just...
That's something we haven't heard much of, right? Could that have possibly been from another night? I mean, only the people that found out that Nest Cam footage would truly know that answer, right? We don't know. That wasn't actually something I thought to even think of. So good on Ashleigh for thinking of that it wouldn't be from the same night. Wow. We all would just assume, of course it was that night, right?
It looks different, but we're just left to wonder because the law enforcement folks who released those images to us did not give us context or clarity. They just gave the images out and said, 1-800-CALL FBI if you know who this is. And the tips started flying in. As of this recording, there are upwards of 40,000 tips that have come to the FBI or to the sheriff's department. 40,000. They said they look at every single one of them. One other question I had about this video was what the suspect was doing with the foliage. Most people have just been saying he's trying to cover up the camera. I just have a different perspective on it because ring cams have such a narrow space between the bracket that holds the camera and the camera. You can't get your fingers in there. You can barely get a key in between there. And so when the suspect puts his hand on it, I could see the suspect squeezing, and I don't know if he's trying to pull it off. But he can't get his fingers. They're too thick to get in between the bracket and the camera to yank it off. And then he goes and he grabs the foliage, and he's really holding it in his fist. So I wondered if he was actually putting a vine in between the bracket and the camera and trying to pull it off, but we don't get the rest of the video. So we don't know. And we don't know if they have more video that they're.
I'm not sure what I think about the foliage, and this is why we listen to Ashleigh. She does give me some interesting things to ponder every so often. Also, please remember to like the video while you're here. Likes are free. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And I go live every night to talk about true crime and current events. And I use my own personal experience with mental health, addiction, and narcissistic abuse and other psychology topics to give my unique perspective on true crime and current events. And also, great flock of black sheep here in the comments. Can't forget about them. They're a great community and they welcome newcomers.
Just not sharing with us. The video stops and we're not able to determine what exactly happened there. What we do know from Brian Entin and Michael Ruiz's video as they shot video walking up onto Nancy's front doorstep where there are blood spots, and they were able to do that on Tuesday, day 3. There's also debris from that foliage right beneath the Nest camera where it used to be. And Michael Ruiz goes further from Fox Digital and says there's actually glass fragments that he sees in that area beneath where the Nest doorbell cam had been before being taken away by the suspect. More than likely, because at this point, the sheriff didn't say that, just said that we don't have them, right? On Tuesday, Feb 10, massive bombshell again, a SWAT raid. And it's big, right? The SWAT unit goes out of the sheriff's department and the bomb squad goes out in tow. Reporters are trying really carefully, not to disclose where they're headed, but they're following. And a man is briefly detained in Rio Rico, about an hour south of Tucson. His home is breached by law enforcement and searched by law enforcement for hours, but he's later released. He's not charged. He vehemently denies having any knowledge or any involvement in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. Have a look.
As you can see, I didn't have nothing to do with it, right?
Carlos, what do you want people? Your name's everywhere. Yeah.
I'm innocent. That's all I can say. I didn't have nothing to do with this.
Were you shocked when?
Yeah, I was.
Tell me.
Come on, like, what do you expect me to do? ¿Cómo quieres que reaccione cuando algo pasa así? Pero yo no sé qué está pasando. Me agarraron como si fuera un criminal. Me secuestraron. They held me against my will. They didn't even read me my rights until 2 hours later. Okay?
I don't even know why he's talking without a lawyer present. That's what the defense lawyer in me would think.
Mira, my wrist is all swollen
from
the handcuffs.
And did you have any idea that this was about? Do you know who Nancy Guthrie is?
That's the problem. No, I don't know anything.
You were like, where is this coming from?
How did they come up on you?
I don't know.
Like, what, were you just driving around?
Yeah, working.
Yeah, they said you're delivering DoorDash?
Yes.
Oh,
how'd they pull up on you? Like,
I pulled up on them. Yeah. They were following me. Yeah, they were following me. Marana. This is Santa Cruz County, and Marana was down here. It's like, come on, 2 and 2.
And so then when they came up on you, what did they say? Like, what did they say?
Nothing. Literally nothing.
And this is what he said. He just said, yeah, they were following me, and he pulled over. But when he was with his lawyer on the other show that we watched, he said something a little bit different. So I'm sure the lawyer's coaching him up here to say, hey, we want to probably get a case here, so you're going to say what I want you to say.
told me, stop moving. Like, what's your name? Carlos. And that's it. They put me in the cop car. You gotta wait like 2 hours. I waited like 2 hours until the detectives came here and everything.
Oh my God. Well,
When they finally told you this had to do with some kidnapping, like what were you thinking?
What the am I doing here? I didn't do anything. To be honest, like, I'm innocent.
and you don't even know who the lady is. Do you know who Savannah Guthrie is?
No.
Nothing.
I don't follow the news.
Right.
I don't watch.
You don't watch the Today Show.
I tell you, the tone of this music gives you a whole different vibe, doesn't it?
No.
So this was a complete shock.
It was.
What
kind
was
of questions were they asking you?
Nothing. They didn't ask me no questions.
So they just said-
nothing. They
so they
just sent me in the car. They investigated my car and this man, and that's it. They didn't ask me no questions, no nothing.
Did you get the other car back, or they still have it?
No, it's right there.
Oh, they gave it back to you. So
Yeah, it's like.
and they said you can go home.
Yeah.
And how did they treat like the people you were with, your girl, your child?
I don't want to speak
Yeah,
about
no,
that.
understood. Yeah.
How's your family? They
Well, they're all
scared
in
everybody. I was gonna say they scared everybody, huh?
Yeah, they're all in shock right now.
Wow.
Did they damage the house? Yeah.
What did they do to the
They
house?
broke the doors. What else, man? The garage door in the back.
So what are you gonna do now?
I'll try to clear my name. I didn't do anything.
It's music that ratchets up the tension and gets people's heart rate and the blood pressure pumping a little bit to get you think something's going on. It's like in a thriller movie, it's the kind of music or theme or score you would hear in a thriller.
This is one of them.
I hope they get the suspect, because I'm not it.
According to the sheriff, this was a delivery guy whose digital footprint may have had him, quote, in the area of Nancy's house. And the sheriff says, quote, more than one issue led law enforcement to his home. Maybe the description. I mean, it's kind of hard to have a description under the balaclava, right? A lot of people said certain eyes you can tell, the goatee and the mustache. But I mean, really, how many people have that? Loads.
The word of the year for Ashleigh Banfield is balaclava, her favorite word.
In any case, the man is not arrested, and within a day, the sheriff says that he is satisfied with this man's alibi. But this would not be the last SWAT raid. Another big one, maybe even bigger, was about to happen just 3 days later. Before I get to that, DNA developments came in around this time. About 2 weeks into the case, things began to intensify with a key discovery. A pair of gloves, black gloves, located about 2 miles away from Nancy's home on the side of the road, and they appeared to match the gloves that the suspect was wearing on that doorbell video. According to the FBI, the gloves were sent to a private lab in Florida. An unknown male DNA profile was developed. It was entered into the National DNA Offender Database called CODIS, and sadly, no match was found. Although multiple media outlets reported that their sources indicated a suspicious glove was found inside Nancy Guthrie's home, the sheriff disputed that and clarified, saying absolutely not. No glove was found inside the home. And he went on to say multiple gloves had actually been found all around the broader area, like upwards of 16 different gloves had been found. But the sheriff also said something else that was key. He said that DNA other than Nancy's, DNA that did not match anyone close to Nancy's circle, that was collected from inside Nancy's home. He said that investigators were working to identify who it belongs to. We were waiting to see, well, are you uploading that to CODIS like you did the gloves that were found 2 miles away? But the DNA from those gloves, when that was entered into CODIS, there was no hit. No hit. And it didn't match the DNA that was found inside the home. But weirdly, we still hadn't heard if the DNA inside the home had been uploaded to CODIS and had a hit or not. And they just keep saying that there's a mixture. It needs to be separated, the sheriff said, and they're still working on that. They're still working on that. They did not say that they'd uploaded it to CODIS and they'd had a result from CODIS. But here's what I think may have happened. I don't know this, but it would explain a delay. Maybe they uploaded it. Maybe they separated the DNA out and they uploaded it to CODIS, and CODIS did not give them a match, but said, but you know what? We do have a partial. We don't have your full match, but we do have like a 25% match or a 50% match, or maybe even a 12% match, which could mean that there's a cousin in the CODIS database, which then, if that were the case.
And we now know mixed DNA as well, right? And what did he say? Where's the mixed DNA was from the home? I think that's what Brian said, right?
That would then take the law enforcement on a different tack. That would then take them to genetic genealogy. Well,
So chat, remind me. They said at the lab in Florida, they said there was mixed DNA. Where did they say that was from? It must have been the home, right?
Go track down who this relative might be, right? So I wonder if that is what we're waiting on. And if that's the actual case, then we're going to wait for a while because it can take a long time. It's how they caught Brian Kohberger. It's how they caught the Golden State Killer in California. As of this recording, though, and again, we are recording on February 20th, Friday night, there have been no CODIS hits confirmed in this case. But it lent itself to a big controversy over the use of the lab in Florida. By the way, the lab in Florida is a fantastic lab. Everybody I've spoken to in law enforcement says this, that this is a lab that has had confirmed incredible results. They do great work. It is a lab that that the Pima County Sheriff uses all the time. However, multiple outlets were reporting that key evidence in the case was being sent to this private lab rather than to the FBI lab in Quantico, and that the FBI was being blocked from evidence. This was like a source of friction between the sheriff and the FBI. Sheriff Nanos came out and tried to knock all that down, said he defended his decision, saying the lab had been used in Pima County for decades and that the FBI had agreed with keeping all the evidence consolidated in one facility, right? Said there was no daylight between local authorities and FBI. But boy, it sure did gin up a lot of ink for several days. Several media outlets, including, I think, Reuters and NewsNation, did say that their federal sources were steadfast that there was some friction between the agencies, and some folks on the ground, law enforcement, saying, we don't know who to report to. We don't know who's running the show here, the feds or the locals. But the sheriff knocked that down too, denied those reports that there'd been any issues, that there was no clarity on who was leading this investigation, that they were working in concert, that they always played in the sandbox well, and that no one had been blocked from any evidence. So then came Friday the 13th, the day before Valentine's Day, late at night. Suddenly, action, lots of it, dozens and dozens of vehicles from the sheriff's department, from the FBI, the SWAT vehicle, the bomb squad, the forensic vehicles, all flying to this location within 2 miles of Nancy Guthrie's home.
I remember this. This was a week and a day ago today. That was the day that I thought at first I was like, nah, the energy's not right. I think they're just using this as an excuse to pull out all their equipment. With all the FBI vehicles, the medical examiners, forensic stuff, ambulance even. Actually, I don't think there was an ambulance. But either way, I thought, as time went on, more and more people were talking about it. The dude Dolly had an issue with something that night. There were so many things going on where I was like, you know what? Maybe there's something here. Maybe there is. But then next day comes around, not really anything. Now, the Range Rover, though, from that night is still in custody as far as we know. And we still don't know what happened to Annie's car. I don't think we heard a word about that either. So that was a week and a day ago today.
And everything's locked down. The whole neighborhood is shut down. Even people who live in that neighborhood can't get in. People who are in that neighborhood are watching all this happen. 3 people ended up being detained that night. 2 of them from a home in that neighborhood. And one of them, a man, was being held near a Culver's restaurant not far away. And he was reported to be connected to a silver Range Rover, right? That SUV was photographed in that parking lot by the police. Multiple photographs all the way around that, looking into the windows of that silver Range Rover. And then privacy shields went up, which meant to many of us, my God, is there a body in the back? And they opened up the back, hatch of the silver Range Rover. And then they closed it again and the privacy screens went back down. We couldn't see what they were doing. Didn't look like they were unloading anything, though. And then...
So what did you all think that was, though? Not a body, right? But what else could it have been? Is there any guesses in the chat? I have no multiple choice to give you here, but let me know your guesses on what you think that might be. What were they protecting behind that sheet?
The flatbed truck arrived and they hooked that silver SUV up, that Range Rover, and they towed it off and they covered its license plate with a yellow piece of paper just so that none of us could get the license plate and run the plate and find out who it belonged to. We still don't know the result of what happened there. Like, that's still kind of circling, you know. Brian Entin said his law enforcement sources said there's meat on the bones of the work product from that raid, you know, from the home and the Culver's parking lot where the guy was detained in the back of a law enforcement vehicle. FBI was there asking questions. Sheriff's deputies were there asking questions. They towed the car. They had a warrant for it. We were told it was being tested. We still don't know the results of why was that a part of this story. How did it connect? Are there results that connect to the Nancy Guthrie investigation or not? Nobody was arrested. That man was released, as were the two people in the home. We are told through various reports it was a mom and a son, and then the other son was at the Culver's restaurant, but no arrests. So Sheriff Nano said the man who was detained near the Culver's, which we believe involved with the gray Range Rover, was a person of interest who was cooperative and later released. That's all we got.
So someone in the chat just said Jennifer Koffendorfer is the one who told people to wear yellow and use the yellow ribbons. That's news to me, if so. So she's the one that started it?
That's all we got. Still waiting. Sheriff also said, regarding any other detainees, quote, I'm guessing anyone at the residence was detained, but that is standard procedure to allow investigators serving a search warrant freedom to conduct their search. I was not at the scene, he says. I'm sure people were detained, but no one was arrested. And more importantly, no sign of Nancy was found. End quote. Most critical thing, because I think so many people thought on that night, Friday the 13th, 4 o'clock in the morning, this thing went on till, right? That we'd have answers.
And here's the other thing, chat. I mean, Jolly and I are talking about someone that might be the person, but I don't even say completely in jest that the people that did this, they might be watching some of these live streams. That's not even beyond the realm of possibility. Remember, some of these people have a massive ego. Look at BTK, the bind, torture, kill killer, at Dennis Rader. He got caught because of his ego. He got caught because someone else was getting credit for his crimes, and they were acting like that other person was worse than him. And BTK was like, I can't have that. So he was paying attention. So literally, the person that did this could be watching these chats. Absolutely could be a thing.
Maybe not good answers, but at least answers. And the next day, it just all seemed to vanish. So then 3 weeks into the case, we start to learn how high-tech the search has become. Something called a signal sniffer begins making the news, right? It's a device that they hope is going to sniff out Nancy's pacemaker. How can I describe it to you? The way I see it, and I've read into it, it is basically a device that sends down an invitation looking for something that's advertising, a specific address, because the pacemaker has a specific address. So this invitation goes down and starts looking around for an advertisement from that actual address of that pacemaker. And we learn that pacemakers continue to work, whether the person they are assigned to is alive or dead, and they will work for years. So this is a really interesting investigative technique. And the investigators confirmed that they deployed something called blue fly signal detection technology from Parsons Corporation. And Brian Entin reports that the device was actually attached to the rudders of a sheriff's helicopter that was hovering overhead above Nancy Guthrie's home. In fact, when he was down below it doing a live shot, he was pointing to the chopper above. At the time, he didn't realize it, but found out later that that's actually what was going on at that time. What's interesting about this device is that it reportedly can detect that pacemaker signal from as far away as 800 to 1,000 feet. So I started asking the questions like, why then wouldn't you put it on a drone and, you know, get close to a lot of locations? And you know what? To our knowledge, that may be happening.
Our resident surgical nurse said that unless there's new technology, the pacemaker needed to be connected to the transmitter. And I also heard it needed to be within 30 to 50 feet, unless that technology they're talking about is much more powerful.
We don't know. There has been no update, though, publicly that this technology has had any success, that there's been a signal recovery. So now, again, week 3, something else starts to surface, and it's the burglary theory. It starts to get some traction. The Associated Press, along with Arizona Family, that is a a news brand that incorporates 2 local TV stations in Phoenix, Arizona. They both report that investigators believe the crime may have been a burglary gone wrong. That makes big, big news. But law enforcement sources start to really push back strongly. Sheriff Nano saying that didn't come from us. So the sheriff actually pushes back publicly, saying there's nothing to indicate that this is a burglary gone wrong or otherwise. Just doesn't basically give that report any credence. And then law enforcement starts doing something else that makes its way into the reporting domain. They start canvassing gun stores in the Tucson area. And it's FBI agents visiting several local gun stores and carrying with them sheets and sheets of paper.
And I agree. I do not think this was a burglary gone wrong. Not one bit.
Carrying the names and photos of somewhere between 18 and 40 different individuals, asking the folks who work in those stores about people who've come into the store. Do you recognize these faces? Can you run these names? Have you seen them in the store? Have they bought a firearm here? Which is huge. Even some of the firearms store proprietors or employees do interviews with the press saying that this is what happened. And the weird thing is the sheriff is asked about it in an interview with Fox with Jonathan Hunt, and he says, that's a lie. And it's like, no, it isn't. It happened. We saw it. It's very strange, which made me wonder, and I'm sure a lot of other people, did the sheriff not know that the FBI was doing that? Or did the sheriff just not want us to know that law enforcement was doing that? Don't know the answer to that. We just know that he said to Jonathan Hunt, that's a lie, when we knew it was happening because, the media was in there talking to the folks in the gun stores. So odd. One other thing that the sheriff did not know in this entire process was that Savannah Guthrie and her siblings worked with the FBI to record the very first video to the alleged ransom seekers, asking for proof of life and proof that you have her. Apparently, the sheriff found out from his wife. Brian Entin reported that when asked, the sheriff said, yeah, I didn't know about that. My wife told me about it. So the FBI may have been keeping things from the sheriff, certainly kept that from him. Maybe they kept the gun store canvassing too. I don't know what the purpose of that would be, because that would be something that would leak, would get out. In any case, TMZ reports that the lists that the federal agents were taking into those gun stores contained people who may have purchased that gun holster. I couldn't match that reporting anywhere else, but it was super interesting because we all asked the question, who was on the list? Who were those people? The 40 people, upwards of 40 people. Where'd those names come from? And those photographs? Anyway, TMZ said it was.
Now, my guess for where did those 40 names come from is there was a video we were watching that there was a sketch artist and they sketched what they thought the person that looked in the Nest Cam footage, what that person would look like. And I wondered if they used that picture to try to find 40 people. And notice that picture. Remember that picture? I should try to find it again for us all. That did not look at all like the other person that people were saying it might be.
People who may have bought the gun holster. In any case, Fox had a report a couple days later saying that here we are in week 3 and the gun store canvassing has turned up nothing, just empty, no results, nothing helpful in any case. So here we are. We're going into the 4th week of this case this weekend, and authorities have yet to be able to identify a suspect vehicle.
Let's see here. Mike, thank you for the super chat. Were other people's pacemaker signals picked up? You know what? That's a very good question, and I don't know the answer to it because they didn't say. But we can try to look that up. But thank you, Mike.
Involved in this case. Shocking, but maybe not so much. It's a very, very dark area. There's street lights aren't allowed in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood. It's a deal that they have with the observatories, University of Arizona. They do a lot of that kind of, they call it stargazing, but it's astronomy. And so it's extraordinarily dark. And many of the cameras all around the Tucson area, as it's been reported, don't record. Some of them are only there for traffic monitoring, to change the signals when the traffic's heavier or lighter. Some of them do record, but not well. And so unfortunately, it doesn't seem as though at this point they've got a good vehicle description, because we were only, I think, a week or so into the Brian Kohberger case, and we got the white Elantra. Everybody was supposed to be on the lookout for a white Elantra, and everybody did. They found their Nest and Ring cams, and they found that white Elantra. Brian Kohberger driving his own car to his crime, and the neighbors found it. But here we are going into week 4, and no one is able to look for a specific vehicle in this case, which is really astounding if you think about it.
And again, that's a big thing we're missing, right? We have no vehicle clues. With a vehicle clue, you can at least start putting pieces of the puzzle in place. But without it, man, you're going blind. But please remember to like the video. If you're here, likes are free. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And remember, I go live every night to talk about true crime and current events. And there's an awesome flock of black sheep in the comments here. Super chats are a great way to support the channel. Super stickers are too. And so are memberships.
Day and age. Also, in this last week, some controversies emerged over some reported Google research. Okay. The report surfaced that Nancy's address and her daughter Savannah Guthrie's salary had been searched in a Google search in Arizona by somebody in Arizona prior to Nancy disappearing, in the year prior. But Google saw that report and then publicly wanted to knock it down, saying it's not that simple. And it's tricky the way that they worded it. But effectively, they said that Google Trends, that's the searching, don't show actual individual query volume, and that low volume charts may show statistical noise for privacy protection, but that trends data cannot confirm a specific individual conducted a search. Again, hard to parse their language, but basically Google just wanted to correct the reporting, saying it's not exactly as it seemed. So
remember, this video, Nancy Guthrie Case Deep Dive, this is basically the summary of the first 3 weeks of the case. So it's a good job of doing this. I give Ashleigh Banfield credit for this. 48 minutes, and you got the summary of everything that's happened since day one. So good work here by Ashleigh Banfield. People should check her out, subscribe to her channel, make sure you support her content.
That was a bummer too, because I thought that was really going somewhere, But then all of a sudden, all eyes turned south of the border. Week 3 is coming to an end, and law enforcement sources tell several reporters that the FBI had contacted their Mexican counterparts, the Mexican authorities, even though Sheriff Nanos had said previously and a few times during all of this that there was no evidence that Nancy was taken to Mexico. During the Rio Rico raid, that was a big question. Was there thought that maybe Nancy had gone over the border? And no, that's not where this investigation is taking us. Then the Attorney General of Sonora State in Mexico, that's right over the Nogales border crossing, that Attorney General quickly pushed back publicly, stating that they had received no formal request for collaboration about this case from the federal authorities in the U.S. or the federal authorities in Mexico. That was weird. Then later on, they said they reached out because of all the rumors about this. They said, yeah, we heard the rumors just like you, that the feds are, working with the authorities down here. And they said the FBI informed them, right, in this state, that there were no investigative leads suggesting that Nancy was in Mexico. So what a circle jerk, right? Just, so frustrating. And as of the latest public statements, there's no suspect publicly identified. There's no...
Well, here's the thing about that, Hot Ham. Not everyone is comfortable going live because there is no safety net. If you mess up, you mess up. You're done. You're finished, Soup Nazi. But, so people who are used to recording, it's a different skill set than going live. That's something I didn't do for a while because it is harder. You have to really get used to it. And when the pressure's on you, the spotlight's on you, it's easier to mess up. But you really have to push through it, because the fears you don't face become your limitations.
Suspect vehicle identified. There's no word if the unknown DNA profile is going to trigger a CODIS match, or maybe if it's triggered a partial one and it's now being, borne out in genealogical searching, genetic genealogy, IgG, investigative genetic genealogy. But that mix of DNA apparently still needs to be separated. That was the last thing the sheriff told us about it. There's been no confirmed proof of life of Nancy Guthrie. Law enforcement has received more than 40,000 tips between the FBI and the sheriff. But so far, all they can tell us is that this investigation is active and ongoing.
And by the way, Sable on Blonde has some great covers on our channel. Check that out while you're here or once you leave here.
And still, there are so many questions that remain, right? All unanswered. Why was the search scaled back on day 2? Why did the sheriff state within 24 hours of Nancy's disappearance that there's no danger to the public? Because that guy that I saw on the Nest Cam a couple weeks later looks pretty dangerous, and he's still out there somewhere. Why has there been no suspect vehicle description? Did they just not have anything? How many people might have been involved? Because the sheriff is now saying, as of day 20, that it's possible there were accomplices. And most importantly, the biggest question, where is Nancy Guthrie? Day 20, going into week 4, agony for her family. If you have any information at all, any inkling, something you recognize, something that's odd in this case, anything, 1-800-CALL-FBI. If there's someone who behaved in a weird way on February 1st and those days after, if they just dropped out of sight, didn't show up for work, suddenly acted strange, suddenly took way more breaks and were disappearing a lot more than they used to do. All of those things, weird behavior of someone you know in the Tucson area, right? Right after Nancy disappeared. Sunday, Feb 1, Monday, Feb 2, Tuesday, Feb 3. Is there somebody who acted strange? Their patterns completely changed. 1-800-CALL-FBI. That said, it was just today that the sheriff put out a statement saying, we have so many calls to go through. If you're going to pick up that phone, please check yourself. Is this going to help? So on one hand, they're asking for those tips. On the other hand, they want to make sure that the tips are good so that they're just not sent on a wild goose chase. But the question remains, where is Nancy Guthrie? Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for.
So that's Ashleigh Banfield. Where is Nancy Guthrie? Indeed. So last video of the night here.
This is The Big Breakdown, a long look back at some of the biggest stories we're covering for you at the Hidden Killers podcast and True Crime Today. This is Hidden Killers
of Nancy Guthrie. It's huge.
So the FBI guy in this one's named Robin. I couldn't remember his name yesterday, but that's his name.
18,000 tips as of this recording so far. Millions of views on every family video that's been put out there. We got Reddit threads dissecting body language frame by frame, comment sections full of accusations and amateur analysis, people claiming that they have her, people claiming that they know where she is, or they know the guy who has her or the girl who has her, whoever has her, but they need some money to tell you that. This case isn't just being investigated. It's being watched and judged by the entire country in real time. That mass observation isn't neutral. It changes the psychology of everyone involved, the family performing grief under a microscope, witnesses who might stay silent because they fear becoming targets, even the perpetrator watching themselves be dissected by strangers online and on television. What is going on here? That's what we're going to break down more of. Robin Dreeke, retired FBI special agent, chief of the Counterintelligence Behavioral Analysis Program, is with us. Let's start on this, on the people angle. You spent your career as one of the few people trained.
So by the way, though, should we watch this or should we check out some Nancy Grace? I don't even know if Nancy Grace allows people to watch her stuff. So if you can answer that question for me, we can decide from there.
And to actually read human behavior the way you can now. Millions of people are watching this case and convinced they can do the same from their couch. What do you think is happening here collectively in an investigation when the entire public becomes the amateur behavioral analysis unit, essentially?
First, I don't want to discount. I mean, it's a great lead-in, Tony. I don't want to discount ever anyone's ability to do what we do and what I do. because everyone can do it. It's
sure.
And but you know what? Here's what the rep is that I get enjoyment out of doing this and allows me to continue to do this is it's not the rep of what I see. It's the rep of not being distracted, as you said, by all the noise.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get caught up in my own confirmation biases, letting go of confirmation biases. I explore possibilities. I explore possibilities first by taking in data, looking at research and what the research shows us. And then I look at whether these behavior patterns fit or don't fit what people are saying. And that's exactly how I do what I do. And I do so with no agenda. That is the hardest thing, because what happens is when people without a lot of reps look at this, they're seeing a lot of good things, but they have an agenda. They want to think someone's this. They believe this. They heard it from someone they think is reputable here. So now they've inflicted their own personal confirmation biases on what they're taking in, and they exclude everything else because they want to believe this one thing. Meanwhile, what the people on the ground are doing is when you're doing your lead, and the thing that popped in my mind was Star Wars in the first one, when Luke is seeing all these things coming in and he's all he's saying is stay on target, and that's what they're doing. That's what investigators on the ground are doing. They got to stay on target because there's a lot of noise, a lot of really big distractions that are not helpful in any way, and it gets people really, really wound up. And it's sad.
And how do you know what the target is in a case like this, where, I mean, it feels like it's a moving target. Some things present themselves as possibly being targets, and then they're not. Obviously, the target here is to get her back. That's ultimately the number one target. But to reach that target, we have to understand what type of ground we're playing on, who we're playing with, what's going to get us from point A to point B to reach that target. And there's been a lot here. Obviously, one of the big things has been ransom notes that have come through, and I think for the most part have been debunked. Nothing has come of any of those, but it gave hope. It put a lot of emotion in there. It mixed in confirmation bias of course, this is a kidnapping, and it's this and that. And then when it doesn't pan out, what do you do? But there's a lot of because it's not just the energy of the general public that then is being pushed in that direction. It's investigators. It's other people that have to look at all these possible targets that keep coming up. It's kind of the forest before the trees, and it's hard to, I think, eventually see what that target is when all these things have come up in front of you.
So here's what's very helpful at this stage of the investigation right now that helps with all this noise, because noise is built over time. But at this point, at the very beginning of the investigation, when she goes missing, what happens is you got to collect as much data as you possibly can on scene and from witnesses, hearsay, everything. And you got to start following all those leads. And the first thing you're going to do, like we did here, is, all right, we say someone says there's a ransom note. So the first thing you do is you pull up the laws of probability, you look at the research, and you look at what we've observed. Does this fit a pattern? And if it doesn't, then we can starting to filter the noise away, because there's a lot of noise talking about the abduction, yet I'm like, we got to look at here, got to look at here. But at this point of the investigation, it's even more evident, like you just said, that this was not an abduction. It was not a kidnapping for monetary gain. It was some sort of home invasion, gone sideways, escalation. Because what's happening is you have all this other noise out there with all these conspiracy theories and everything. But meanwhile, we have enough data, and now we have video cam. We got some photos. We got some more forensics coming in, because all the research facilities are coming back with returns on all the digital forensics. And so because they're not looking at what happened, there's more of all right, we got a better idea of what did happen. So they're able to narrow in a little bit, even though the noise is all out here and you can start ignoring that noise more. So here's what they will do. They will eventually get to and cover every single one of those tips that comes in. But now the screening process and the triaging of those tips is much better than because at the very beginning, all tips are created equal.
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't know. But right now, they're triaging and they're able to really narrow it down.
Let's talk about some of those tips that are coming in. One that has come in is actually in the form of some video, and I think we have it. This is if you're watching us on YouTube or on Substack. This is the video of the man that was taken. The timestamp on this is 1:53 a.m. This is at another residence that they're saying is about 5 miles from the residence of Nancy Guthrie. The interesting part of this is he looks a lot like the guy, and it's 1:53 in the morning. Appears to be the same jacket. Appears to be he has 2 backpacks in this video. It looks like he's taking and pushing one over the side of a.
Now, this is the video of the guy that's already been cleared. This video of double backpack man has already been cleared. I don't know why Tony's talking about it.
Berm, but then retreats and decides to not do that. He doesn't jump over the berm. He just goes over there and turns around. But it does look remarkably like the person that we saw on Nancy Guthrie's porch at 12:12 a.m., which is now we've learned the timestamp of the infamous video now where we see the masked man on Nancy Guthrie's porch. Very, very similar. We're talking about a 19-minute window of time that it would take from this taking place for that person to reach.
Yeah, I mean, Brian Entin already said this a while ago about this guy's already cleared. But then again, right, you can say cleared, but maybe that doesn't mean truly cleared because he said the family's clear too. But we think also, well, maybe that's not even true.
Reach the porch, 19 minutes in the middle of the night, 5 miles away, very doable. I guess what's your and then there we go. This is the we can see the masked take on him when he's on the porch. What's your take on this new piece of evidence that's come out that somebody shared from their own Ring cameras?
Huge. I think it's huge. And not just because we see a guy with a backpack, but this is huge because when we're looking at behavior patterns, how often and common is it for someone to show up? And this is the first question I'm going to ask, the people in that house. Have you ever had this happen before? Because what we're looking for is arcs of normalcy or arcs of behavior. Mm-hmm. If they say, which most likely they will, but we don't know. That's why we assess everything that comes in. We've never had this happen before. I don't know who that is. What's the laws of probability that person is different than the deviation of the arc of normal at Nancy's house? Mm-hmm. We're talking almost zero. So I think they're most likely linked. Whether it's the same person, different person, again, kind of going to what your thoughts are. There may be multiple people, although the stats are low on that.
Yeah.
But the likely of probability of connection, huge.
I think Robin Dreek's a bright person, but I do think I disagree with him about a lot of things. As I listen to him speak, he says the probability is low. There's multiple people. I don't agree with that. And now he's saying also that, this person does look similar with a double backpack here. And I don't know. I don't know what I think about that.
So I think this is a great find.
I mean, we're talking 5 miles down the road from the house. I mean, for the sake of this argument, let's just say it's the same guy. We don't know for sure, but let's just say it is. It looks rather, without knowing what the hell he's doing, it looks like suspicious activity at 1:53 in the morning. What do you think is going on in that video? Is this a man that is looking to do a B&E somewhere and maybe saw something that turned him away from that residence and pursuing that, and then he moved down the road and Nancy ended up being unfortunately the poor random choice that this person took to break into their home?
That's a really, and I'm sorry.
It could be very simple. That's.
It could, so it's really could be on this one. And here's why I say that. My initial response is going to be no, because the ransom note had so many details.
But is a ransom note have anything to do with this?
Yeah. And so then my mind quickly reminded myself that, nope, that ransom note's not tied to the intrusion, I don't think.
Yeah.
So that video is from 5 miles away too. That's far. To me, that's far to be trying to make the connection. Not impossible, but to me, that's kind of far.
I don't think they two totally separate crimes.
Yeah, it might. I'm thinking that, and so it could have been. Couldn't get in. I'm going to have to. What I typically do is when I first see something, I get initial impressions, and then I do some more research. I think about it some more. I place myself in that situation. I mean, I do a lot of mental gymnastics to start processing that information. But my first take was, so here's my first take was, wow, this is him preparing and having a place far enough away that he can kind of set himself up for the intrusion into Nancy's house. But that's under the presumption that Nancy's house was the primary target. It might not have been. And so I think that's part of the question. And so I think what really they'll be doing part of this investigation is assessing that very question you brought up. What was going on in that video? They're going to be talking to the owners. What areas was he in? What things were being attempted? Did you see any attempts at doors, windows? What other things were tied to this? What's in the house? Have you had any workers around the house? Because I'm still going on my presumption based on stats analysis that this was most likely some sort of worker that knew the area halfway decently enough to target the area. And so, and is there any connection between those people in Nancy's house with the workers they use? So this is the kind of research and background analysis they're going to do to see if this was a primary target, then the secondary target was Nancy's house, or vice versa.
So Robin seems to think it's a worker around the area. I don't necessarily think I agree with that either. I think it's probably someone hired or known by the family, not a worker hired though. I think someone is responsible that's there. That's what I think.
I mean, it makes me wonder too that of another stat, and I don't have it, but I'm assuming, B&Es are, I don't know that, I've never done one, don't plan on it, but I would assume that if you're going to do that, you set out that night knowing where you're going to go. I don't know that it's just like window shopping. I mean, although maybe it is for some, maybe, real petty. I mean, you think of like, teenagers or, some misguided youth that's just out breaking in and getting money to do whatever. But I don't know, this guy, the way that he came, seemingly somewhat prepared with the gloves and the backpack, nothing, no skin showing, that there's a level of I don't say sophistication, but a level of preparation there. That, I don't know, it reads to me more like there's more of a plan in place of where someone is going versus, well, this house didn't work, let's just try the couple down the block,
but now as you're watching my mind go as we're thinking as I'm reviewing it. So the first house, he wasn't all geared up like he was at Nancy's house. And so,
or was that not even a break-in? Was that literally, I mean, we don't know. I mean, there looked like there were several cars parked there, and we don't have a lot of context on that video. But that does, it makes me wonder a little bit, like, well, is this possibly an area where maybe this person resides or was staying or somewhere in this vicinity with that many cars parked around? Is this him leaving?
Well, that's why it's important to get the context and talk to the owner and all that. But here's why you focus on this right now, because as a filter, this is huge. Because again, the first question, has this ever happened before? Has this person been on your cam at night, or is this routine, not routine? What was that area he was doing? I mean, so there's all those questions are answered, but as of right now, it's very suspect just because of the timing and the outfit and the backpacks.
Well, I mean, what are the odds, number one, that there's going to be anyone walking around at 1:53 in the morning that happens to have the exact same, very close to the same getup on as the guy that ends up on Nancy's camera 5 miles away? Or are the odds of anyone walking around the entire Greater Tucson area looking exactly like this? And more or less that he's 5 miles away from the house and looking a bit suspicious in the middle of the night.
It's either him or someone with really bad luck.
It's Chad Daybell. Chad Daybell's out. This is all another,
So it's either him or they're going to find someone that might give him another lead because it's really bad luck on his part and he saw someone else. I mean, so either way, it's a very good find.
It's going to be fascinating to see what that leads to, if anything.
And I would, it's again, as we keep thinking live on this. So here, once again, is this my wife hates it when I use this word, this idiot, is he allows himself to be caught on Nancy's camera and tries to cover it with a branch, which shows his level of intellect. Preparation, yes. Good intellectual preparation, no. And here he is again being caught on another ring cam, doing some stupid stuff. It fits it fits the pattern of behavior of stupid. If we're going to arc this guy,
I mean, that's only if it's the same person. And I get, but there's cameras everywhere now. How do you even avoid them at this point? It's actually miraculous. This guy has seemed to avoid the cameras besides on the porch, right? That's miraculous in and of itself. Idiot or not.
Mm-hmm. And I want to talk about stupid here, and I think we're going to get to that next. Before we do, give us your thoughts in the comments section on YouTube or on Substack, hiddenkillers.substack.com. The link is in the description. Love for you to weigh in and give us your feedback.
Want more on this case and others? Then press subscribe now and don't miss a moment of truth.
A man was detained in Rio Rico, released without charges. We've seen some very dramatic moments here in the last many days where it seems, maybe something is going to be happening. The FBI's the hostage negotiation units are around. They're ready. Should they need to be called? So, I mean, good on them. I'm happy that they're there and they're ready if Nancy is around and they're going to be needed. But the information we're finding out about some of
those two videos are 19 minutes apart, is what they were saying. So the porch video and that video, 19 minutes. And it's 5 miles away. So is it impossible? No, I don't think it's impossible. But that's pretty quick to be having no signs of Nancy there either. And then the only other explanation would be, well, multiple people did it, and then maybe that's one of them. But the other person who has Nancy is somewhere else.
These people that they've detained or went in and talked to, it doesn't go very deep. It's one of them. I think it was like the mother-in-law said his eyes look like my son-in-law. I can't imagine how Christmas is going to be at that house going forward. But when you have very, I don't know, loose tips, I guess you could say, coming in, and then, it turns into like a lot of attention and let's rush, let's go talk. I mean, good on them for hunting down every tip that comes in, I guess. What does it say about the tips that are coming in, and what is being deemed actionable? Because it almost kind of feels like any reason we can go out, we're going to do it because it looks good on us, but these tips haven't really led anywhere.
Excuse me, Tony. I've read reports that indicate there have been something in the neighborhood of 18,000 tips that law enforcement has received since this incident. So it's really difficult to sift through those and see, hey, what appears to be reliable, what can be corroborated, what is just somebody seeking.
So again, maybe I misspoke because the video in the porch, we don't know the time of that video. I think the 19 minutes is from the time after, like, the pacemaker got disconnected. I have to check on that to be sure, because they don't know, right? Ashleigh Banfield was saying they don't know what time that video was taken from the Nest cam on the porch.
Attention, it's hard to sort of distill that information, but you've got to look at the source of the tip. If there is an identified source, you've got to look at whether it's corroborated by other information, things like that.
I think we got some of the video there that was just up. That's showing the. This is not at Nancy Guthrie's house. This is from, I believe, a different location, a different day, earlier than Nancy's disappearance. It shows a man that looks.
So earlier than Nancy's disappearance is this video. So part of the problem is we get like conflicting reports depending on who we're listening to, right?
Like he's wearing the same sort of jacket. It's pretty damn similar, with a backpack, going near what appears to be a fence of some sort, and then it looks like does he get over the fence or does he walk away? It's suspicious activity, nonetheless. That looks like it was captured on somebody's security camera of some sort. How valuable is something like that going to be to the FBI in trying to identify this this individual? Obviously, clothes are one thing, but now they know that, well, they're looking for somebody with those clothes. So if they have any sense at all that those clothes are going to be gone. But we may have a face on that video. I know it was blurred out in the one we just saw.
So yeah, definitely that guy is cleared. But remember this. The sheriff also said the family and everyone close to them is clear too. Does that mean it's true? Do we believe him? I don't necessarily believe him.
There, but I have seen one where it wasn't blurred. Obviously, it could lead to something, or it could lead to nothing. I don't know.
It could be critically important. I've reviewed that video before this, and one thing it shows is the person has two backpacks, not one, and also they don't have the face covering anymore. If it is the same person, it might be a completely different person. My understanding is this location is approximately 5 miles from the Guthrie home, and so currently folks are kind of analyzing the timeline. There's a timestamp in this video, but some people aren't sure whether it's 100% accurate. So, this is what law enforcement is doing. They're getting these tips. They're saying, hey, could this be him? Can we line this up to the sequence of events that we believed happened? Are there similarities and differences between appearance, between gait, between size, height, weight, things like that? Those are all the analyses that are currently going on. Could be a tremendous lead, could be absolutely nothing.
A $50,000 reward is a nice chunk of money that they're throwing out there for information leading to the arrest of whoever did this for Nancy Guthrie. That's been on the table now for several days. We've had the ransom letters that have come and gone, and it appears that they were probably fake at this point, considering nobody has really come forward for any of that money. When we're talking about a $50,000 reward and nobody coming forward on it yet, typically that isn't necessarily, the killer or we can't say killer, the kidnapper, whatever this person is. Typically that's not the person who's going to come forward and go, hey, but it's somebody who knows, somebody where there was leakage, where somebody goes, yeah, I think this could be this going on, or somebody who does know directly that X person was involved in this. The fact that no one has come forward yet, what does that read to you? Does that read to you as there is more than one person involved in this, considering no one has come forward, or is this
more than one person involved? Press number 1 for yes, 2 for no.
Really, was this a one-man job by some nutcase or something?
It's a bit hard to interpret that no one's come forward just yet. But to your point, I think there's a reasonable likelihood that there was more than one person involved for a couple of reasons. One reason is that on the video and the stills that have been released from the front door, at some points, the purported kidnapper has a backpack and a gun. At some points, he does not. So is there some other car that he's grabbing this stuff from, going back and forth? Additionally, Nancy Guthrie, the alleged victim, is 84 years old. She is not particularly mobile. It would be difficult for one human being to sort of, carry her out or somehow escort her out without any assistance at all. So I think the probability of more than one person being involved is higher than some folks have reported.
Eric, what's been your take on the video itself, the main one that's come out where he walks up to the camera, just right there, gets his face on camera?
So it seemed like a lot of people at first thought there's more than one person, but then there's also people who think one person. So it was still a majority think it was more than one. But please remember to like the video while you're here. Likes are free. And please subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I go live to talk about true crime and current events every night. And I use my experience with mental health, addiction, and narcissistic abuse and psychology to give my own unique perspective on those things. And there's an awesome flock of black sheep here in the comments, in the live chat.
Realizes, oh crap, and then turns around and grabs some cilantro and covers it, or whatever he grabbed. What is your take on that after seeing that? Is this someone you think that that has experience in this, or is this, I'm totally green and somebody paid me some money to go do this, or this is my first rodeo and maybe nobody paid them. They're doing it for whatever reason on their own volition. I don't know. What's your gut telling you when you saw that video?
Does not seem like a pro job to me. It seems a bit amateurish for a number of reasons. One is that where the firearm is, so it's on a holster that appears to be outside of the kidnapper's clothing, so clearly visible to anybody. That firearm could increase the potential charge. It could add a sentence enhancer. Most professional criminals know not to just be openly brandishing a firearm. On top of that, it looks like they didn't case out exactly the sort of directionality of this video and what it would capture. They kind of just walked up there and was like, looks like I'm on candid camera here. Lastly, if the perpetrators did send these ransom notes, they were sent to media outlets. Usually people wouldn't want a ton of attention around a crime they committed. They would send them more privately to the victim's family and try to procure payment through that channel.
Well, and it even stinks as somebody who maybe doesn't even know how to use a gun, because that's not where you holster a gun. That's a very precarious position for a gun, especially if you're a man.
You don't want that to go off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Precarious position for a gun.
To me, that screams of somebody who's not watched a lot of movies, maybe not fired a gun.
1, 2, 3, 4. Happy days. Thank you. Thieves are after quick money, jewelry. They can pawn, or even better, credit cards. Do you think law enforcement would have told us if her credit cards were used? Very good question, Happy. I don't think they would. They're not telling us much of anything, so I don't think they would even tell us if that was the case. But as far as we know, there was nothing taken of value from the house, including credit cards, as far as we know. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen. But thank you very much. 1, 2, 3, 4. Happy days. Thursday, Friday. Happy days.
And very often, I mean, as a woman, I know not to put it there. So yeah, this looks like somebody who just picked up a whole bunch of stuff that they might need and had no idea how to use any of it.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of that's.
I even said it wrong. It's not 1, 2, 3, 4 happy days. It's like Sunday, Monday, happy days. Tuesday, Wednesday, happy days.
My interpretation so far.
And then 40 some minutes in the house. That's another. What's your take on the 40 some minutes in the house?
Yeah.
What would you be doing for 45 minutes? Look, if you're going to commit a crime where you're going to enter a house unlawfully and try to kidnap an 84-year-old woman, you're not going to take your time. You're not going to be just moseying around. You're trying to get in and get out. You're trying to not be detected. And it didn't seem like the kidnapper had that front of mind when they were carrying this out. 45 minutes inside there. This is an 84-year-old woman. What are you talking about? The View or something? I have no idea what you would be doing for 45 minutes in there, especially if your objective is to kidnap this person and try to seek a ransom payment. No need to, be talking it up or bullshitting in there for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Something we haven't heard about yet, and I'm just going to throw it out there. We've heard nothing about like cell phone towers in this whatsoever yet, other than her pacemaker disconnected via Bluetooth from her phone. Is that a route that they can be looking at in terms of who's pinging off of the tower at 2 something in the morning at that moment in time? I mean, maybe whoever was there has a ping. I mean, that could be a lot of people. It probably will be a lot of people, but I would think you might be able to see some spikes in activity. I don't know. It seems like a possible road. I would hope the FBI is going down at this moment in time. It's probably, it's taking a wide net and maybe making it into a slightly smaller wide net. But would you think that maybe something like that could be at play at this point of the investigation?
Oh, you're definitely on the right track there, Tony. Because what they can do is they can seek search warrants for, like you said.
And on a side note, I don't think we even know if Annie or Tommaso or both of them were there to drop off Nancy. I mean, we don't even know if Nancy even was in the house, right? There's so much we don't know about that.
activity with cell phone towers in the area. So that'll often show, like if someone makes a call while they're near a cell phone tower, that's activity that can be logged and traced. And oftentimes the source of the call, the telephone number, that kind of thing can be revealed. Additionally, if someone's just texting or even geolocational data can.
So I think if someone knows them, it's a punishment, a revenge thing. Because if not, if it was really for ransom, they blundered it horrifically.
Also come to rise in terms of these forensic digital investigations. So it could narrow down, who was in this area around this time using their phone. Even if it narrows it down to 100 people, that's a lot better than thousands upon thousands.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. And especially if, the 40 some minutes and the amateur hour on the porch is what gets me. It tells me this was something that I don't think it was planned to take or whatever. My operating thought in my mind, based on nothing but my brain, is maybe something happened in the house to Nancy with this person, and she was injured or died in the house. And oh shit, what do we do now? And that 40 some minutes was spent trying to figure out what to do next. And that's where I'm wondering if there's more than one person involved. If there was an outgoing call to somebody, what happened here? Well, I don't know what to do here. She's dead, or she's laying here, she's bleeding out, whatever it may be. I'm thinking there might have been some communication somewhere of something that went wrong. That's just kind of my gut. Who knows? That's not fact. It's not based on anything, but that would certainly be something that, if you're looking at the cell towers. And
now the only thing that makes me think that Nancy did come back after the time with Annie and Tommaso is the blood in the front step. We don't necessarily know when that got there. I don't think it was before. That's just my opinion.
And what's coming and going in terms of traffic there, that might be something to look at. I don't know.
People in our chat have mentioned SA as well, that maybe something didn't go the way they had planned. And
God,
they
I hope not.
I hope not too.
Yeah. That would add a new level of
potentialities.
Yeah. Still no answers, just a lot of questions, but that's where we're at right now. Your thoughts in the comment section on YouTube or on Substack. Weigh in. We'd love to get your feedback on where you think this is all going.
Want more on this case and others? Then press.
I could picture Tony being like the dude from Old School, like the wedding singer, like I effing need you more than ever. That song. And the people, and like Will Ferrell's wife's like, huh? What's going on here? Let's see.
The FBI is intensely interested in that first ransom note that we got.
Do you believe that is their best lead right now?
In the universe I'm looking at, this is their absolute best lead. Welcome to the Two Angry Men podcast. Mark, I got to tell you, we have been all over the Nancy Guthrie case.
I'm glad you all knew what it was from. The Total Eclipse of the Heart, the explicit version.
We know a lot. And it is stunning to me in 2026, with all the technology, law enforcement is stumped. The way it was put to me by somebody in the FBI yesterday was, we are shaking the trees trying to find something, but it is unbelievable to me. And we're going to get into, the ransom note and all the other things, but they don't have a hard lead 3 weeks in.
Can I jump in and tell you
Please.
What my great frustration for watching this 25 years ago, before there was a TMZ, I defended Gary Condit on the Chandra Levy disappearance.
I remember it well.
And you remember it well. And one of the great frustrations about that, and by the way, I can tie this to other famous type investigations.
And by the way, chat, I had punished TMZ by not playing them for a while because I didn't like all the attention they were giving to the ransom notes, but we punished them for a while. I came back to see what they had to say in this.
Was that law enforcement became so fixated on the scandal that the obvious or the Occam's razor solution eluded them. I kept saying at the time, look, that you have somebody in custody back then who has been charged with, by prosecutors, with knocking women over who were wearing headphones in the park. That is your most obvious suspect. That fits the facts. I remember early on in this case, some of the people, the internet was ablaze. It has to be the family. I mean, these wild speculations about the family and this or that and the craziest stuff you'd ever seen. Guess what had happened early on is people said, because, and I'm guilty of this as anybody, because we're on the coast, we don't understand. You are 60 miles from the border. These kinds of things, these failed home invasions or abductions across borders are more common. They're not uncommon. And I think the diversion of resources that allowed this to go cold is one of the reasons that we're now sitting here, how many days or weeks afterwards, where everything has gone cold, because so much time was focused on the distraction of the scandal.
I disagree with you.
I know you do.
I agree with you partly on the sheriff's side, not on the FBI side. This was not a home invasion. Based on what I know, I would bet a lot of money that this is somebody. I know it's somebody in the Tucson area for various reasons. It's somebody in the Tucson area who either knows Nancy Guthrie or knows of her. And she rightly brags about her famous daughter, who is the anchor of the Today Show, and that she makes a lot of money because that's a prized position. And somebody looked at Nancy and said, well, this is an easy target to get some money. And that's the way this thing hatched. It's somebody who lives in the Tucson area. And I know this theory. Even your theory. If they weren't spending so much time running down the rabbit holes of the what I would call the scandal or the usual But who's doing that? The FBI is not doing that.
I know they aren't, but the FBI, when did the FBI land on the ground here?
A couple of days after, but look.
Right, by the way, ask any law enforcement person.
I know it's 24 to 48 hours.
After a couple of
Sunday, Monday, happy days. Thank you so much. Remember, this didn't happen to Nancy until she was on national TV with her daughter sitting in her dining room. Let's not be naive like it's random. So that happened. When was that show? When was Savannah and Nancy? Because there's been a lot of good images of that day. But when was that exactly? But thank you very much for the super chat, Happy days. I used to sing more. I used to be in bands.
Days, you're behind the 8 ball, proverbial 8 ball.
Mark, I'm going to tell you, without getting too specific, the FBI is intensely interested in that first ransom note that we got. Intensely. They have been on the phone with my IT team multiple times. And I'm not going to go into specifics here, but they have been on the phone with us. They believe that this may well be the person who kidnapped Nancy. They are working on that. They have a team right now that is doing nothing but trying to track down who purchased that backpack over the last year, who purchased a jacket similar to that, or not similar. We know what kind of jacket it is now. Who purchased a holster like that? The holster is odd for the kind of gun that was in there. It usually doesn't carry a semi-automatic handgun. They have now gone to gun stores and they've tracked down 40 people who bought that holster. They are doing I'm impressed. I am impressed. I am impressed with the FBI.
So let's pause this for 1 second. 5:13. I'm going to show you something here.
Ashleigh, a woman with deep conviction who always tells the truth.
I want it to be God.
You want it to be, but Annie was.
Even worse, you were like a poser.
I was a poser.
She
was a preppy poser. I was. Mom, you're like killing my rep around here.
She's raised 3 kids with grace, grit, and resilience, always encouraging them to pursue their dreams.
It was really hard for me to leave her. And that's when she said, if you can't leave me, then I didn't do my job right, Savannah.
A champion for her family, but for
There's a lot of wisdom there by Nancy Guthrie. If you can't leave me, I didn't do my job right. That's something a lot of parents mess up on, actually. They try to overprotect the children forever. But the goal, to me, should be to help your children to become autonomous and independent adults. That's how you do your job. Not make them reliant on you. That is doing them a disservice. So I like Nancy Guthrie already.
us here at Today, too.
There's a #1 member of your book club who loves you more than anyone.
You would think it'd be my mother.
Nope, it is my mother. Her name is Nancy Guthrie.
Not only is Nancy an avid reader, she treasures her time with her friends over mahjong, a game she's played since the 70s.
Savannah, this is my original mahjong set that Dad brought me back from Singapore.
Nancy has shown us she's always curious and always up for an adventure, traveling back to Savannah's birthplace, Melbourne, Australia, on Today.
Seeing the very place you were born is not something most people get to do or see.
True.
To get to go back with my mom, it's just really special time.
I didn't know that either. That's where they were born, Australia?
Amazingly awesome.
But Nancy's heart is in Tucson.
Well, Mom, you guys came here in the 70s and you had been moving all around. What made you want to stay in Tucson and plant roots?
And so wonderful. Just the air, the quality of life is laid back and gentle.
Perhaps her most precious offering, Nancy's family has always been guided by her deep, unwavering faith.
The greatest gift my mother gave me was faith and belief in God. It changed my whole life.
And her love.
My kids are absolutely amazing. So
they sure are
absolutely amazing.
Love you, Mama.
You know, I think for
I'll say Savannah Guthrie does seem very genuine for a big TV person.
For all of us who just have gotten to know her and love her, it is personal, you know? And I love when she said Tucson was right for her because of how gentle it is.
Mm-hmm.
Nancy was tough as the desert, but she was so gentle too. And so we're just thinking of her and her family today.
You know, I have to say, I woke up this morning like a lot.
And again, I think this is the first time we've even played her voice on the channel. And the whole entire time that we've been going over this, I think that's the first time I've heard her talk.
A lot of us, hoping for new information. And I, went to my phone and I saw Savannah's post. Mm-hmm. And Savannah's strength gave me strength.
Yes. Right.
Her resolve, her faith. I mean, hello, she literally wrote the book on it.
And that came from Nancy.
Yes. And if you saw that clip where Savannah was talking with me on the 10 where she said she didn't want to leave her. That was after Savannah's dad passed. Mm-hmm. And Savannah wanted to go to college, but was worried about leaving her mom. And so she said, well, Mom, I can't leave you. And Nancy said, you have to go. And I think that says everything. Look where Savannah has come.
I saw that post that Savannah last night. I hit my knees and prayed. And I don't think I've ever prayed for anything harder in my life.
That's all we can do right now.
Yeah, and believe that if everybody does
collective.
that, the power of the prayer can still turn this around.
Yeah,
it can.
Yeah.
Again, we know someone out there knows something. Call.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget.
So again, you know what that makes me think? That makes me think it was more punishment. Watching that and seeing their bond, it's like, yeah, I think they wanted to punish her. I think that's what it is.
The holster is odd.
Because considering how well they get along, if you wanted to get to her, that's probably what they would do, right? So, sad. Makes it even more sad.
For the kind of gun that was in there. It usually doesn't carry a semi-automatic handgun. They have now gone to gun stores and they've tracked down 40 people who bought that holster. They are doing, I'm impressed. I am impressed. I am impressed with the FBI.
Have they given you any indication
that the subsequent notes from somebody who is a self-styled either Confederate or a participant or knows the participant, they given you any indication whatsoever that they believe that's genuine?
Yes. They,
Okay.
I can't say they know it's genuine, but they are really interested in this person who has sent
So
us.
why don't they? And by the way, I've had people just from doing this show with you.
Yes, not revenge against Nancy, revenge against Savannah, because that's one of the ways you would get to her, right? Especially considering how well it seems like she got along with her mom and that they had a good connection. That's one way to punish her, right?
I've had, and it's not the first time in my career, I've had people who've either wanted to put up money for bail or put up money for a reward or things of that nature. Why hasn't that been done?
Well, I can't answer.
Why hasn't the person who apparently knows and is afraid of the consequences, so to speak, why hasn't somebody said, okay, well, we will pay you, we'll give you protection, we'll lawyer you up, just give us the information you have. We'll give you, they have a thing called Queen for a Day. You got the feds, you got the FBI, they know what it is. Give them a queen for a day. Tell them nothing you say is going to be used against you.
I think he's worried. I think he's worried
more.
more about retaliation by people. This sounds like, listen, if he's telling the truth, this is not just one person. He says it, that there is a main kidnapper. There are others. Now, look, he may be, he may be full of crap. He may be full of crap.
Who do you?
And again, there could be things that Savannah's husband has done that I haven't looked into, but there might be people that he upset. There might be people that Savannah has upset. I don't know. I mean, Savannah didn't seem that controversial, but you never know. You never know what people can take issue with.
Think that is if he's worried about retaliation, it begs the obvious question. This wasn't Shlomo and Candy Ass who were down at the corner at the local 7-Eleven. This is something that's a little bit more sophisticated, absent the fact that I will agree with the people who have said the way this gun was held and some of the movements of the person who was captured on video kind of beg that question,
right?
Because that person looks like they're a Shlomo of some kind.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I cannot answer the question why they haven't paid this guy the money. I cannot answer why Savannah Guthrie said a week in, we will pay you, and it hasn't been paid. I don't know why. There's clearly a reason, and nobody has shared that reason for me. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you what I know and what I don't.
What?
Welcome to the future of data privacy with Incognito.
Bringing justice to the affordable realm. Well, I will tell you what I think is based on what you're telling me. You have a first note, which actually, if I understand the timeline, came after the two notes that went to the local Tucson stations. They believe, if what you're saying is accurate, and I have no reason to doubt that it is, that the FBI believes that the note you received, which was preceded by the two Tucson local notes, is legit. So then, fast forward to the next thing, Savannah gives a statement. Obviously, they had some information beyond the note you received for Savannah to give that statement because it was interactive in the sense she was answering something. If she's answering something and they believe that your note was legitimate, then that explains why she said what she said. I hear you. We're willing to go forward, blah, 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 because they believe now that there is something consistent in another communication that fits with the communication you received.
Okay. I mean, it's a theory. It's a theory.
What other theory is there? What other theory can there be besides the fact that this is either stranger and not somebody related, and it took the sheriff to have to quell that, but that there was so much time, in my opinion, that was wasted running down the absurd.
Well, but they always look. They always look at family.
Always.
So that was not wasted time.
That was not wasted time. It was wasted resources. The obvious thing here. By the way, has anybody determined when law enforcement came into possession?
So he's saying, Garagos here is saying that it was wasted resources to look into the family? If so, I definitely don't agree with that.
Of the unsubscribed Ring or Nest video? What day was that?
Well,
What
no.
hour was that?
They got the way they got this video is remarkable, and I don't fully understand it. But this is not video at 1:47 in the morning when the camera was disabled. This was at 2:12 when the electronics detected movement, and they were able to use Google to scrape video. I don't know how they did that, but they were working on that.
Oh, you wait until you see the comments about that in the either LA Mag or TMZ. The comments will have a lot to say about that. But the fact remains, when did they have that? Obviously, Google knew they had it in order to scrape. So somebody would have known within the first 12 hours that they had that. It's not like a light bulb went off. You knew this was a national story within 12 hours. You knew that there was some kind of video that was available. If you had that video, why are you subsequent to the first 24 hours running around wasting resources on the family?
I want to go back to something where people are saying, why don't you just pay the guy? I mean, I've done interviews where people have said, well, why?
I would want proof of life, though, too. I mean, I have nothing against increasing the reward, but in terms of the ransom, you want proof of life.
Doesn't TMZ just pay? And I just think that's insane, that the idea, there's some reason, and I don't know what it is, but there's some reason that the Guthries haven't paid. There's some reason law enforcement hasn't done it. And for us to step up and do it, we might unwittingly get in the way of something they're working on. I think it's insane that for a news operation to do that.
In defense of everybody who was asking you that, you'll remember, I remember where I was sitting down the street when I asked you the same thing. I had the immediate response, why don't you pay? And you did make a very compelling point to me. You don't want to unwittingly compromise the investigation, right? But when you're getting on the hotline with the FBI, why not offer to pay and at least make that offer? That's kind of my follow-up to that.
We did do something that I know authorities were fine with, which is we said, look, you don't trust law enforcement and they don't trust you. That's what you're saying. So given that, give us the information and then we'll give it to the FBI. And then if that information leads to the capture of the kidnapper and finding Nancy, now there's a record that we have to call the FBI on the carpet if they don't pay you. So it's not like you've given something to the FBI, nobody knows what you gave, and they hide it and all and don't pay you. It's like if you give it to us, we know what it is, and we will put a bright light on it after they find her and find the kidnapper, and you'll get your money. And so we were kind of a go-between in that sense. I
look, intellectually, as a concept, that makes perfect sense. Somebody who's scared out of their mind over repercussions, they're never going to feel comfortable there. There needs to be another layer before they come to you.
And that's a great question there by IP in the chat. Why wouldn't they send any of these notes to NBC if they're legit? Why wouldn't they do that? That's where Savannah Guthrie works.
Before you go to the authorities. And that's why.
Okay, so help me out.
I'm sure.
So help me out because I don't know the answer to this. So I know they're interested in both those letters, those emails that we got from the person who wants the reward, and they're interested in the ransom note. They haven't paid the ransom, and they haven't paid this guy for the reward, for the information. They are definitely interested in these. I can tell you that for a fact, but they haven't paid. I cannot figure out why. Why do you think? I'm stumped. I'm stumped.
Any explanation for it, especially given the fact that Savannah comes out and says we will pay. If she was willing to pay, to my mind, if your mom has been abducted, I would pay for information if it just is even remotely credible. I know, the old expression, you don't negotiate with terrorists. That goes out the window when you're talking about your mom.
I don't agree with him here on this either. I don't know why they're doing a lot of legwork, even thinking that these notes are all legit, right? If you don't think they're legit, why the hell would you pay? Right? Right. But please remember to like the video while you're here. Likes are free. And please subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I go live every night to talk about true crime and current events. And then you can come hang out with the awesome flock of black sheep here and me.
So,
and obviously, I think she's following whatever advice she's getting. So far, she's been pitch perfect. I wouldn't second guess anything she's done.
Nor am I.
So I'm
Nor am
not
I.
second guessing that. I'm just saying, hear me loud and clear, that you would have to have a really, really compelling reason not to pay, especially someone if they have the way you have described the person who, for lack of a better term, is a Confederate. That one is really a head scratcher to me.
So I want to talk to you about something, because I have rarely, nor has TMZ, been in a position like this. This is kind of a weird position we're in, that we are the receptacle of these emails. And because
saying they're a receptacle is close to the truth.
of that, we're dealing with law enforcement. And, I remember back when we did this, we've only done this a few times, because there is a wall between we're not law enforcement. That's not our job, is crime stopping. Our job is reporting. And so there are times
by the way, as a postscript, it's one of the reasons I've always been so adamant against gag orders, because law enforcement, nobody leaks to the media more than law enforcement. So, and you've got source privilege. So,
right.
Anyway, go on.
But I remember doing this back in the Aaron Andrews case, where there was this peeping Tom that was kind of lurking, and we got an email from that person and worked with the FBI, because she was really at risk in that case, and they caught him as a result. And we really haven't dealt with this much, since then. I think a couple of times maybe. This is a weird position for us to be in. And there have been a couple of situations, I haven't really talked about this before.
And my other favorite usage of the word receptacle, Christian John, who I've interviewed twice and once with Dr. Salerno. In the first episode, he mentioned how the scapegoat of a narcissistic family is a receptacle for all of the family shit, all the feelings they don't want to feel. They just blame the scapegoat and they project it onto the scapegoat. The scapegoat's the receptacle for the family shit. That's Christian John's words, but I liked how he put that.
But it's kind of interesting that we require subpoenas in order to, dole out whatever it is. And, they've wanted.
Right. That's your corporate policy.
Right.
I mean, that is corporate policy.
That's right. And it's just that's what you have to do with if you're media. And so, there have been a couple of occasions where the subpoenas, I felt, and my team felt, were just really overly broad. And, and I understood why law enforcement wanted it. They want as much information as they can get. But at the same time, we can't compromise, sources in other cases, maybe people who send in tips, and give that to law enforcement, just because they think it might help them if it doesn't directly connect to this. And so,
by the way, it's become kind of the new normal as citizen journalism has increased, as legacy media has ebbed. This is kind of the new ethical boundaries, because traditionally legacy media, so-called legacy media, has that what I call the wall of source protection, especially on the state side. Federal, it's a little more fungible. But there is that, and then there is how law enforcement traditionally has used media, but it's generally been kind of law enforcement to media, not reciprocating. And what you're talking about is now you've been dragged in or insinuated into the story itself by virtue of you being a conduit.
Well, and when we got these overly broad subpoenas, I was actually kind of impressed with the way it worked out, because we just said to them, look, we want to cooperate with you to save this woman, but we are not going to do it at the expense of our news operation, because we're running a news operation and we've got to create a balance here where we give you useful information, but we're not going to open our vault, so to speak, and give you, people who have sent in other tips just in case, And so we said, this is overly broad and we're not going to comply with it. We'll fight it. And they were more than reasonable. And they said, we get it. And they narrowed it.
Yeah. You're old enough to remember, and I forget the case, it'll come to me, I'm sure, after the show, but where there was a reporter who was embedded with the LAPD on an investigation, and that ended up compromising to some degree the case itself, the criminal case itself. So there are issues here. There's always going to be
Well,
issues.
and this wasn't even so much that. This wasn't an issue of us being compromising the way we were reporting it. This was an issue of, look, a lot of people send us tips, right? And they may, and then we got this one tip where somebody's life is at risk, and we see that as a unicorn. And, and if they want more than information directly related to that one person, what we're doing is we're compromising people who we've promised anonymity to. And we're not going to do that.
Which is the definition of source.
Right. And we're not going to do that. And, I don't blame them for asking, but we pushed back and they were very reasonable about it. I mean, I got to say that the experience has been collegial in the sense that there hasn't been this, screw you, we need it. They've been respectful of the boundaries. And even though they've tried pushing them from time to time, they've never kind of cemented themselves in an unreasonable request. And
So
I just find that interesting.
If I take your analysis or your source saying that they're shaking the trees or trying to find they've reached the dead end, do you believe then that the first note that you got that was subsequent to the two local Tucson's is their best lead right now, that's what they're down to, and that's the reason they've returned to laser focus on that, because everything else has not panned out?
I don't know everything, obviously, but what I do know tells me that in the universe I'm looking at, this is their absolute best lead. Yes, I think it's them.
Yeah, that's my guess as well, and it's based on what you said, not last week but the week before. That makes the most sense, because that clearly the authorities who are advising Savannah believe that must be the best lead, because they acted on that. And it was interactive based on that, which means that there is something significant. Maybe you know it and just won't say it, but there must be something significant in that note that gives people the confidence to have relied on it. There has to be something.
I think they're stretching with this one too, and mostly because they got the notes themselves. I think they were doing it to be safe, just in case. But I think as more time goes on, I think the credibility of those notes becomes less and less, in my opinion.
I will just say this, that there is something where they talk about where the watch that she wore, where it was in the house, which is right. Unique. But the bigger thing is that they talk about a white floodlight that was destroyed. As soon as I saw that word destroyed, I just thought to myself, I wouldn't, if I saw a light that was busted up, I'd say the light's busted up, or it's, damaged, or, there's glass all over the place.
Notice who else is even talking about the notes at this point. Ashleigh Banfield, I guess, did because she was doing her review, but no one else is. No one else is talking about it presently. And I think that speaks pretty loudly too.
That word destroyed just got me. I thought, who says destroyed? Sounds like something you do. It's like if I just, well, I'm serious. If I notice a broken light on the ground, it's a broken light. But if it's a destroyed light, I kicked it in, and if it's a white
Right,
light.
I destroyed it. I get that.
Yeah.
But to me, you kind of buried the thing. You didn't bury it, but the watch, to me, because the watch was connected to the pacemaker, I think that's probably the thing that got everybody's
Well,
attention.
people knew she had a watch because she would show it sometimes when she took pictures with Savannah. So people knew she had this white Apple Watch. What they didn't know was where it was placed in the house when the police came. Nor did
They also didn't know that it had been left there.
That's true. And the other thing is, I'm telling you, this light, I feel like this light got kicked in because that person surveyed the property, saw a light, and didn't want his image shown, and he kicked it in. That's every time I hear that word destroyed and look at it, I just think that's an aggressive word. So let me tell you one other thing. So they've been looking at, a lot of things, just items that this guy was wearing and, all the video, obviously. And they've been asking people for tips about suspicious people in the neighborhood. A couple of days ago, I talked with law enforcement, and they were saying to me, and this is something we talked about a little bit on TMZ. It's what you don't see that they're interested in now, because now we're 3 weeks in. So anybody in the Tucson area know about a guy that they interacted with who was like 5'9", 5'10", maybe had a backpack that looked like that or a jacket that looked like that? Somebody who is tech savvy, perhaps smart, if you believe that this ransom letter is real. He's definitely smart and tech savvy. Anybody know anybody in this area that stopped walking their dog like 3 weeks ago? Some guy that fits that general description, mustache, beard, where he stopped walking his dog, or somebody that you used to see at the bar all the time that suddenly disappeared, or, that you saw in the grocery store and suddenly he's not there for 3 weeks. And I think it's a really clever way of finding somebody, because now all of a sudden people are thinking, oh yeah, I used to see a guy that looked like that, and I haven't seen him in the last 3 weeks. All of a sudden, that could be a real lead, and they want that now, and they're looking for that now, and I just find that really interesting.
It is interesting, but it also supports the source, the FBI source that told you they really are shaking the trees, because that becomes a sense of circling back and starting all over again from ground zero.
But it's a good idea, because now
a great idea.
You got height, you got average build, you got the kind of things he was wearing, you've got mustache, beard, lives in Tucson, the Tucson area. I mean,
well, does your FBI source or your the people you're talking to explain why it was that the helicopter to detect the low level emittance from the pacemaker was not used, or was waited so long to be used?
I don't know why they waited on that. But I also, look, that person may, we've seen cases where they're almost hiding in plain sight, where they go 2 blocks and that's where they are. So it could be that. Look, the person who's sending us these notes is saying essentially that it's Mexico. And I know that the FBI early on went to the federal Mexican officials and said, tell your local police departments to be on the lookout for Nancy or a kidnapper. And they have come up dry there. And they don't believe that she was immediately taken to Mexico.
I think Mexico is definitely a possibility. I mean, if I'm doing something and I'm taking her with me, absolutely, I would consider that. Now, if the goal was just to end her life, now that's a different story. But even again, maybe you would want to hide her in Mexico too. Maybe you would find that'd be harder to find, right? And it's easy enough to get her there too, right? They don't even check the border. I don't even think they check your passport going south.
Ever taken to Mexico. So they just don't know. I mean, the one thing that, the letter does tell me by saying that it will take 12 hours, maximum 12 hours to get her back, is this is in the Tucson area. And I think at least that gives them something geographic to go on. But yeah, I mean, we are 3 weeks in, and they're throwing lines out in the water, but they haven't caught a fish. And
yeah, and it's distressing, obviously, to a lot of people.
I mean,
very distressing.
What do you do if you're the Guthrie family? I mean, it's funny because I think of Elizabeth Smart, where there is hope, even long after the disappearance. But, how do you live if this just goes on and on?
And that's actually a fair question by Harvey. For the first time, I'm actually saying it's a fair thing. I mean, Elizabeth Smart was 15 years old, and she was abducted for 9 months, and she was returned, and she was found alive. The big difference here is Nancy's 84. The likelihood she's still alive is also pretty small at this point, too. But at what point, if you're Savannah Guthrie and Annie Guthrie and Tommaso and Cameron Guthrie, what do you do? What do you do? When do you try to get closure? How long do you hold on to hope for? I mean, this is a question no one wants to have to ask, right? And Savannah is religious, so I bet you she's praying on it. That would be my bet. And I would say, yeah, that's the right thing to do.
And frankly, starts going off the front page, where there are other things.
Then resources get pulled back.
Right.
I mean, there's already a lot of people that are concerned over the resources, or I should say engaged over the resources, or disproportionate use of the resources. I mean, you always hear that kind of stuff. I don't know. I mean, it's a horrible, horrible situation to be in. I'm not encouraged by the way that they've run into dead ends. I mean, that is not the most encouraging thing I've heard during this investigation.
One of the most shocking things I heard when the sheriff came out. Remember, they opened the crime scene up. They took all the tape away, and it was no longer a crime scene. Then the FBI comes in and says, "Oh, what you haven't done this, you haven't done this, you haven't done this." So they make a new crime scene after they opened it to people. And the sheriff was asked, what do you say about this? And he said, well, they'll deal with it in court. I mean, that's a breathtaking response. That is a breathtaking response. That we'll deal with it in court. If we catch the guy,
I have a lot to say about that. Yeah, they will deal with it in court. Hopefully they get to the point where they deal with it in court.
I thought of O.J. Simpson as soon as I heard that, because I remember it. And they just
think of virtually every case I've ever tried, I can think of it.
Well, and a lot of them are fine points that criminal defense lawyers make a big deal of. It literally is a mountain out of it is a mountain out of a molehill. Here, it's a mountain. They opened the crime scene
all
up
day long. They took a molehill and they created a mountain by what they did. In fact, not just, it's kind of short-sighted to say that we'll deal with it in court. If you are somebody, and here we are, fast forward 3 weeks out, somebody who was genuinely concerned with using the crime scene in order to solve the case, your default should not be, we'll deal with it in court. You should be concerned that you may have destroyed something that could have been a lead, obviously.
And then the final thing is, there has been a lot of chatter on social media where people have tried to enhance the video of this guy at the door, and that they believe they see behind him a figure that looks like a person, a flashlight, and to the other side of the screen, even a car or a headlight. And people are making a big deal of this. I did check with law enforcement. They have enhanced this way more than the super sleuths online. And they are quite confident there is nobody behind this guy. But
I mean, when I looked at it, I didn't see anything else. Some people were saying, I saw a phone, I saw a car. I didn't see it, if so.
This is the thing that's circulating a lot online. So look, if you believe the guy who's sending us these demand letters, there is more than one person. But according to the authorities that we've spoken with, there is nobody visible behind the kidnapper.
Yeah, well, I tend to agree that this is more than one person.
Yeah, I didn't think so at the beginning. I kind of do now. I'll
So
tell you,
do
I thought we were going to come today, and I was going to say, oh, they have all sorts of leads and everything else. We are the same place we were last week.
Yep, exactly.
Okay, my friend.
Thank you.
Talk to
Bye,
you.
Harvey.
All right. We didn't really learn too much from that, did we? 33 minutes, and what did we learn? Not much. Except for the fact that they enhanced that picture and they didn't see anything behind it, cars, cell phone, person, or whatever. That's what we learned. And we've also learned throughout 3 people detained and questioned, but all released. But since last Friday, when that SWAT team raid happened, what have we learned since then? Almost nothing. Almost nothing. We learned the DNA, right? We learned the DNA that got sent to Florida is mixed. We learned there's no CODIS matches. But as far as I know, we're no closer. But if you're still here, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And I go live every night to talk about true crime and current events. And most importantly, there's an awesome flock of black sheep in the comments. Or I should say live chat. I always want to say comments, but I should say live chat. And people, hey, a lot of people say they fit in here and they never fit in anywhere else, especially for the vampires and the night owls out there. That's who we're for the vampires and the night owls. Or if you're the other side of the world, the early risers. That's what we're here. Likes are free and it helps my malaria. But we never know. I might come down with a different illness tomorrow that I need likes for and super chats. We'll have to see what it is. Now, we did some Maureen Peach. That was just a while ago now. Maureen was on NewsNation. So NewsNation posted some clips from their TV channel. And Maureen was on a couple of them. But she did speak more uninterrupted than she does on Megyn Kelly. I'll say that. And then we saw Jim Fitzpatrick. That was the first thing we watched. That was Brian Entin. You got it, my. Likes are the cure for malaria. Didn't you know that? So if you're dying of malaria in the jungle, you say, well, Jared just says he needs likes for malaria. Can you give me some likes? Absolutely, Tim. We got to watch our girl Maureen on the interview room, of course. Although I did try to reach out to Maureen on LinkedIn. I've not heard back from her yet. What is sleep, OC girl? I do not know of this sleep you speak of. But I also want to get Jim Fitzgerald, the person Brian Fitzpatrick or Brian Entin was talking to today. Is it Fitzgerald or Fitzpatrick? You got a cat. Cat's from across the pond. She's a trooper. 7:22 a.m. where she is, I believe. Maureen's the other trooper who's not here today, but also from across the pond. Where the shepherd of black sheep is, it is 2:22 a.m. Bunny. He probably hates hearing the sound of my voice, Bunny. He's like, get that bastard off the frickin' phone. Or do you have like a Bluetooth in? $7:22. Yeah, 3 hours behind me. Yes, I'm not looking forward to that. I actually injured myself, Tim, the last time they were shoveling. Like, I'm in good shape, but that exercise is not normally the exercises I do. Like, I do push-ups, pull-ups, thrusters, and runs. But shoveling works different muscle groups, and my body wasn't ready for it. So I had to take a week off. Today's day 7. I'm like, ooh. I'm in working out withdrawal. Sweden is representing. Love to see it. Yeah, as you should, Bunny. As you should. You guys talking about exercises or Nancy Guthrie? We talked about Nancy Guthrie for 4 hours and 4 minutes. You caught me on the 3 minutes where we're talking about other things. Is that what they say, CS? Not supposed to? LS 3540? Okay. Well, you're right, because your body gets weakened over time. And if like anything you don't do, any workout you don't do can be difficult if you're not used to it. Yeah, the Nordic countries are pretty chill. The happiest people in the world, I believe. But I'm not sure how that's measured. I don't blame you, Jolly. You need some young, scrapping men to help you with that out there. Romania representing the land of Andrew Tate. Is that what that is? How do you feel about that? Where when people say Romania, that's what people think of now. That's also true, Brewster. Walking is the most underrated exercise, Cat. Never forget it. Of course, LS. Like to interact with the community here. What's the point of building a community to not interact with them? Peach, it's been the perfect temperature where they are. Yeah, we're expecting maybe 8 to 16 inches of snow where I am. While you're all still here watching, there's still 5,000 people watching, by the way. Have all of you liked the video, and have all of you subscribed to the channel and hit that notification bell? And remember, super chats and super stickers are a great way to support the channel, as are memberships. Exercise is pain leaving the body. Pain is weakness leaving the body, as they say. I don't think Nancy being taken was directly because of Epstein, but I do think there are certainly people that are not complaining that this has happened because it's taking away attention from Epstein. I absolutely believe that. Interesting. Yeah, Tim, I saw that. By the Shore is actually getting even more than me. So I'm in Burlington County. By the Shore is supposed to get a couple feet, but like the northeast corner could be 36 inches. I'm not looking forward to that. I don't even know what kind of snow it's going to be. That'll be a big difference too, right? That would not surprise me, Happy Days. I mean, Harvey seems to interact with everybody, so you don't know. He's got his hands in a bunch of pots, I think. But on a side note, how is he 75 and look the way he is? It's more than just the hair color. I mean, he probably takes a little TRT and stays in shape, right? I mean, even RFK Jr. would look much younger if he just dyed his hair. Yeah, Kat, you should check out Sweden. I think you'd like it. We try not to do conspiracies here. I mean, some conspiracies are true, don't get me wrong. And a lot of people that are big conspiracy people, they're using the Epstein files as a way to say, hey, we've been right. Of course we've been right. And it's like, yeah, you're right about some, but there's many other conspiracies that are not true. Super chat. Super sticker. Thank you very much, Dana Sutton. I appreciate you being here. Thank you very much for your support and staying up with us late at night here or whatever time it is where you are. Tim, Massachusetts, about a year or two ago, 2 police officers got some 543 million. Holy mackerel. Now, the other thing we might go over at a point is there is an 11-year-old boy that murdered his father. Now, it was an adopted kid, but what happened was it was his birthday, but the father took away his Nintendo Switch. And the kid might be on the spectrum, but he was pissed. And so he was looking for the Nintendo Switch. But instead, what he found was the key to the safe that contained the gun. He opens the safe with the key, finds the gun, loads the gun, and then kills his dad while he's sleeping. And this happened in Pennsylvania. I think it happened by you, Jolly, actually. And so the guy, they want to charge him as an adult, and he's 11. And his lawyer said his first goal is to try to get it moved to juvenile court. But we might go over that case, give us an opportunity to talk about a bunch of different things. He looks like such a kid. But it gave me the idea about Mary Beth in England. Mary Beth, she killed 2 toddlers when she was 10 and 11 years old in England. I learned this from Mike King from Profiling Evil's book. Check out my interview with Mike King, by the way. It's pretty good. But in that book, he says, Mary Bell, what she would say to the toddlers is, oh, you have a sore throat. And then she would strangle them to death. And she did it twice. And then, before she was caught, she went to the mother of one of the toddler boys during the wake. And she was like, hi, can I see him in his coffin, please? And so she was diagnosed as a psychopath. She spent some 12 years in some sort of rehabilitation place. And then she got released. And now she's anonymous. True story. True story. In England, by the way. Look it up. Mary Bell. We don't know who she is now. But then on the other side of it, Edmund Kemper. Edmund Kemper killed both of his paternal grandparents when he was 15. He went to jail for a while, more like prison. Then he was released. But then he became a serial killer after he was released. So the point of the story is it can go either way. Which one is it? Is it the one that might be rehabilitated, or is it the one that might be a monster? You don't know. He found the safe, Anne. So the gun was actually locked up the way it was supposed to be, but he was looking for his Nintendo Switch, and he found the safe and found the keys. OC Girl says, do you remember seeing Nano's press conference? He said Saturday, not Sunday, going to Nancy's house. So being today, because today was Saturday. They said some people said Edmund was the smartest criminal they've ever met. And he actually turned himself in. That's the other unique thing about it. And in Christine Ann Lawson's book, Understanding the Borderline Mother, she mentions the case. And she mentions the case because she thinks Edmund Kemper's mother is borderline. And he said, one of the things Edmund Kemper said was, when they asked him, why did you kill your mother? He said, I was just tired of all of the hate. And so some of the things that he did after he killed her, he beheaded her, ripped out her tongue, kind of symbolic, and then tried to throw it down the garbage disposal. But it didn't work. But a lot of interesting stuff going on, you know. Tina, welcome. I didn't see you here before. Well, we're holding off judgment on the story, Tina, because you're right. I don't know what else happened. He was adopted. They said he had a contusion above his left eye. We don't know what that was from. Maybe it was from the recoil from the gun. We just don't know. Mary Bell? Yeah, we don't know where she is. But that happened in 1968. And she was released in 1980. So very likely she's still alive. But it makes you wonder, right? Can someone be like that when you're 10 and 11 years old and then be rehabilitated? That's wild, right? Yeah, Tim, he needs something. I mean, we don't know what the cause of it was. Is it because you're autistic? They asked him, what did you think was going to happen when you pulled the trigger? And he said, I didn't think much about that. I was mad. And that's what it was. So again, we might talk about this. We'll see. Very good, Tina. We're glad you're here. Makes sense. That's also true, Ward. I mean, that woman's Devastated, no doubt. I mean, she lost her husband, and now she's lost her adopted child for a while now, too. And that's the thing. The same with that 15-year-old dude that killed his brother and then 4 other people. What the hell was his name? I talked about him on Facebook. Let's see here. Austin Thompson. So Austin Thompson, that's what he did. He killed his brother and then 4 other people, and now he's going to go to jail for life. He didn't get the death penalty because he was only 15 at the times he did it. But now his parents, they lost one of their sons is dead, and the other one's in jail for life. Now, and again, some people would say, well, then clearly the parents must have abused him, right? And then someone like Dr. Salerno and myself would say, not necessarily. Not necessarily. I mean, the genetic portion's a big one, but some people really don't believe that. Some people think, nope, it's got to be environment. Got to be the environment. Got to be abuse. And I'd say not always. Definitely not always. John Main says, reform is very interesting in the UK. Apparently, if they win the election, millions will be sent home. The fatigue is real. I think everyone in the UK has had enough. Had enough of what? Immigration? It does seem that way, doesn't it, Bunny? They are getting younger. But what can we say that's because of? Social media? Video games? Guns? I mean, people have been saying video games cause this for a while. But I would say mental health more. Mental health and this overall lack of empathy. I don't think that helps anything. I live right by PA, Tina, in New Jersey. Yeah, Teresa, I think the internet has desensitized people. I think the internet and all of the sensationalism and narcissistic traits, it's desensitized people for sure. Well, the whole world's becoming more of a melting pot, Cat, right? Correct, because there's so many different variables. There's variables with video games, right? One person can play video games all day with no, like they're fine. Another person, maybe not. Because there's so many variables that goes into one thing, into each case. Not one thing can be blamed for any case. And that's what everyone wants to do, or at least the law. They want to blame one thing. It's just a gun. It's just a video game. It's just abuse. It's like, actually, no. It's probably a combination of several things. That's true, Lisa. It did start with TV in the 50s, but I think now it's even worse. I just think overall, I'm 40 years old, and I think something happened with social media. So around 2008, 2009, but didn't really get that bad until the 2010s. But something's much different now. It just is. Bella's back. Welcome back, Bella. Combination. People don't socialize in person as we did growing up. Yeah, no bicycles in the front yard. No street hockey. It's texting or FaceTime. Good old-fashioned family time is important. Absolutely it is. Absolutely it is. So something's changed, though. I can separate my life into 2 categories: before smartphones and after smartphones. And I'm old enough so that there's a good chunk of time I've had before smartphones. So my first 23, 24 years I had without smartphones. Completely different. Completely different than the last 16, 17 years. Absolutely. Jared in Connecticut, a person who commits first-degree murder as a minor gets his record sealed at 18 with no way of possibly unsealing. So that's what happens every time? Well, and do they always get tried as a minor, though, too, right? That's the big thing. They try to get so if someone's 16, a lot of times they want to try you as an adult. But maybe that's a state-by-state thing. Video games, social media, Facebook, TikTok, internet, people getting away with things. Some do terrible things like this because they were offered a ton of money. That is true sometimes. I don't think it's true in the 11-year-old boy's case, but other times I think it is. That's also true, John. Lawn darts. You got to watch out for those lawn darts. You also got to watch out for the 1.5 feet of snow that's coming around the corner here too. Accountability. Consequences are the only way to hold people accountable, right? And there's a group of people that don't like accountability. There's a lot of parents who think accountability and consequences is too much, too hard, especially if they have a kid on the spectrum or ADHD or something, or AUDHD. They're like, oh no, they're different, so I have to treat them differently. It's like, well, I was undiagnosed on the spectrum, but I'm kind of glad I wasn't diagnosed, because I think people would have treated me differently. And there's something to be said for accountability. It's like, okay, so many people get upset if an autistic person reacts violently or gets really angry. And they'll say, oh, that reminds people of a narcissistic person's behavior. And I would say, just because that's true, they can look similar, doesn't mean it's okay just because the person has autism and not narcissism. Like, depending on how severe it is, you still got to work on your behaviors, right? You still got to work on things. You can't just say, oh, I'm autistic, so what? I can do what I want. Like, nah, I don't think that's the way to go. Thank you very much, Kat. My upbringing, like anyone's, had its pros and cons, right? A lot of it was good. Some of it not so much. But I take the positive lessons from it. Like, my dad taught me to be a hard worker. And I think that's an important stage of healing that a lot of people don't ever get to now, is taking the good lessons from it. Like, the first thing is to understand everything about it, the good and the bad. But then you want to get to a point where you're kind of letting go of resentment, I think. Now, of course, it depends on what happened to you too, right? I'm not going to tell someone who is essayed by one of their parents, oh, yes, you should be letting go of resentment. Like, no, it's all part of your own process. But it's really helped me. It's helped me to pull the positives, and it helped me in the present, because that's ultimately the goal, to help ourselves in the present. How do we look at the past in a way that helps us the most in the present? That's what I think is the best way to go. But all right. We've been chatting for a long time here. But again, if you're still here, like the video. Likes are free. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I'll be going live again tomorrow night, of course. We'll be going over Maureen on the interview room. My brother having open heart surgery. He was in surgery for 15 hours in Indianapolis. Oh, so this is just now. So we got to send good vibes to Bella's brother. Put it on the screen here. My brother having open heart surgery. He was in surgery for 15 hours in Indianapolis. He is now in ICU. The next 72 hours, just got out of surgery, is crucial. I'm packing up. Was this planned, or was this more of like an emergency? But whatever it is, send good vibes to Bella's brother here. It's a serious surgery. Just like we had good vibes for Danielle the other day, we need good vibes for Bella's brother. And I definitely do believe in that. It's a big reason, I think, why I'm here today. Yes, John, he did. Savannah's husband did. He was associated with the Clintons and the Democrats. This is true. I'd be curious exactly what he did, though. That's what I'd want to look into. Thank you, John. I appreciate you. His name is Greg. So, good vibes to Greg. Bella's not happy days. Sorry, happy days. Good vibes to Greg, who is Bella's brother. Open heart surgery is no joke. 10 p.m. Eastern, Teresa. What time zone are you in, Teresa? Like I said, we've been going for almost 5 hours here. Good night to you too, Dana. Thanks for joining us. I'm about to sign off here too in a minute. I'd be very surprised, John, if she's still alive at this point. It's like 98% to 2%, 99% to 1% maybe, which is a shame, especially considering the good vibe that Nancy has, especially with Savannah in that video we watched, right? That did kind of change my mind in the fact that I think it must have been a punishment. I think it was a punishment. Ah, you got it, Tron. Glad you found us too. Thank you. Because, I mean, this is what I used to do before I went over the true crime and current events. I used to just talk. But I think there's time for both. I decided, though, also, of course, to give my thoughts in relation to the current events and true crime. Do the best of both worlds. But I also like just talking too. Of course. Good night, Jolly. Good night, Kat. New Jersey, Tony. Welcome. I would not be surprised, unfortunately, Tina. At this rate, it's so far removed, right? So many things would have to go right for her to still be with us. Yes, it makes me sad too. But definitely good vibes to Greg, who is Bella's brother. 4,200 people sending good vibes her way. Catch you later there, Kat. It's like, I'll see you. Not if I see you first. Thanks for Song Bits and Living, for modding here. Jay was here briefly too. Have a good night, Bella. Have a good night, Tony, John, Song Bits, Mike. Happy days. Sunday, Monday, happy days. Glad you found us here too. And I'll be back again tomorrow. Stay warm, everybody. Have a good one, Tron and OC Girl. So many people to say goodbye to. Thank you, General Austin Scott Miller. Glad you found us too. Great flock of black sheep here, like I said. But all right. You got it, Lisa. And Lisa Mitchell, if you're still here too. Thank you. Ward, thank you. All right. Have a great night, everybody. Have a good